Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
Gifted a Tier 1 sub to Swims with Whales. They have given 371 gift subs in the channel.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Deinonychus, a big dinosaur, but will the sound to say. He must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see everybody, holy cow. How are you doing? And you know what? I changed shirts and suddenly the color balance looks all wrong on the camera. Let me change one of my lights here. Give me a second. That's about good right there. Alright. Welcome, everyone, to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday to you. I'm glad you made it to the end of the week. And, I'm glad you're here. If anybody's here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to them. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So what does that mean? That means talking about new discoveries in fossil science. It means answering your questions. Just talking about why paleontology is important, why it's relevant to your life. And to mine, obviously. It's particularly relevant to mine because I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on twitch.tv. On today's broadcast, we are going to be going over a little bit of fossil news. We're probably going to be doing some dinosaur deep dives. We're going to have a rollicking game toward the end of the stream of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or rather, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Usually those are mutually exclusive things. Kind of have to take on a vow of poverty when you become a fossil scientist. At least that's traditional, you know? Anyway, yeah. And, what else do we have going on today? Gonna do some 3D printing. Gonna watch some videos, all kinds of cool stuff. Can anybody guess what's on the 3D printer right now? Who wants to be a Deinonychus? There you go, Smorphosaurus. Yeah. Here, let me scroll through chat real quick. We'll say hello to everybody. And I hope you're someplace cooler than I am right now. Holy moly, I've got a fan blowing right on me right here. I've got some ice in a tortilla bag behind my back. It's hot here in the Bay Area right now. In the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It's also very hot right now. I think it's probably in the 90s outside, I'm guessing. But inside, let's see what the temperature is. Watch it go up during the stream. Here's my IR thermometer. Let's just point it at the desk here. It's gone down a little bit. It says only 80. 81.3. Here, I'll show you. This is a pretty cool little device. 79.9. I pointed at the wall. Beep, beep. 83.5. Anyway, it feels warmer than that. But, yeah. It's amazing how much computers heat up a room. That and 3D printers, Smurf, and lights. And, mammalian bodies. There's one in this room. But I'm contributing to that heat as well. And it is October, and it's still super hot out, Claire Burr. It's crazy. It's going to be like 100 this weekend, I heard. That's global warming for you. Anyway, yeah. Let me scroll up, and we'll say hello to everybody in chat. We've got Thalo, Matt M33, Lenina, Arle, Kodali, Golganek, a Truckhorn, Paleo Lord. Hello, all of you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I hope you're ready for the weekend. I am, certainly. It's going to be a busy weekend. My mom is moving this weekend, so I'm going to be helping her with that. Yeah, and I'm continuing to, well, I'm going to be moving at the end of the year, so I'm getting ready for that, too. My landlord is selling the place, so there's work to be done. It's always work to be done. It's always something. XF Kirsten, Dino time. Yes, indeed. Sorry you had to go back to the office this week, but I'm glad you're here, Kirsten. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing? Welcome. Swims with Whales. Good to see you. And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Swims with Whales. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, we've got a, excuse me, from Musaica, a dinosaur deep dive. Ceratosuchops. Which may or may not be the same dinosaur as Baryonyx. We could talk about that a little bit, Musaica. Yeah. Nice. Kodali's here too. Welcome, Kodali. Neilf, what's shaking with you? Charlie's Dragon, good to see you. Lil Uzi Nate. Hello. Claire Burr. How are you doing, Claire? I hope your weekend is off to a good start. And Lenina says, I spied a fence lizard on the outside of my house today. Lenina, if you've spotted on the outside of your house, that wouldn't be a fence lizard. That'd be a house lizard, Lenina. It wasn't on a fence. No, I'm just kidding. Eagerly snapped a picture of it before remembering it wouldn't count for Thursday Birds Day. This is true. For anybody wondering what a fence lizard is, what is their genus? It's like Sclerolopus or something? Western fence lizard, although that might be a central fence lizard or a Texan fence lizard there in Texas where Lenina hangs out. Eastern fence lizard here. I don't know what kind of fence lizards you've got out there in Texas. But presumably they're bigger than the ones we have here in California, right? Everything's supposed to be bigger in Texas? It's not always true. I wonder if it applies to lizards, though. Who else have we got? SV Harkin, Arod Trigg, and Pericles the Eighth. How are you all doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Jody Fish says if they hadn't made so much noise, more of them may have survived. You're talking about the guys in the cold open? No, once that song kicks on, it's annihilation. Those Deinonychus will use their terrible jaws. No, powerful jaws and terrible claws on all who enter their domain. It's curtains for those poor guys. Shouldn't have been there, you know. Yeah. Pericles says paleontology matters because dinosaurs are cool and fossils in general. You know, paleontology isn't just dinosaurs. I don't want anybody to get that impression, despite the fact that I work on dinosaurs and dinosaurs all over my office. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Dinosaurs are but the tip of the iceberg. So, yeah. Emeleth, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. Charlie's Dragon says Texas fence lizards wear cowboy hats. Is that right? And all the fences are barbed wire, right? With a cow skull next to them. Ray Zilla says, last night I learned of two sauropods that might have been bigger than Argentinosaurus. Marapunosaurus and Bruhathkayasaurus. Unfortunately, Bruhathkayasaurus like, we don't have anything left from it. I think all the original material has been destroyed, Rayzilla. It's gone. So, Bruathkaiosaurus is kind of a big old question mark. I'm not sure about the other taxon there. And, Sice, welcome Sice82, how you doing? I say, let's learn something today? Yes. Yes! Let's learn something today about science. And XF Kirsten says, my reptile-focused SVP member professor in college pronounced it Scaloporus. Scaloporus. It might be Scaloporus. Let's take a look. Scalopor. It probably is Scaloporus, the western fence lizard. Yeah. What a beautiful little animal. They're very cool critters. You're gonna start singing Despacito? Alexa, play Despacito. No, I'm not Purple Urple. Or sorry, that was Desperado. I'm sorry, chat. Here. Alexa, play Desperado. Lordy says, you set mine off. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah. Little Pink Pony says, so glad I'm not in the room with my Alexa. Oh, cowboy hats and barbed wire fences. Oh, gotcha, Purple Urple, yeah. No, I think of the, that Seinfeld episode where the guy that Elaine is seeing, like, freezes and tears up every time he hears that song. Yeah. Now I have to listen to this song, says HD. I'm sorry. Them's the rules, HD. That's just how it goes. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and, someone was asking about... Oh, Little Pink Pony says, destroyed how? Yeah, Bruathkaiosaurus. Those bones are gone. Unfortunately. That's, yeah, this is a big old Titanosaur. The bones, unfortunately, are gone. Yeah. Poorly preserved bones that can be impossible to extract without damage. In 2017, Peter Galton and... I'm not sure who the first name of this person is. Ayasami reported that the Bruathkaiosaurus fossils started to disintegrate inside their field jackets before reaching the Geological Survey of India, and they no longer exist. So, they're gone. It could very well be that the... I think there was like a tibia that was supposed to be like 6 feet long from this animal. It might actually be a femur instead. It's a little hard to check now that those bones no longer exist, but, yeah, anyway. There will be more bones out there. India could very well become an extremely important new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. They just seriously need funding over there. Yeah. Here, all of these different articles about that. Yeah, India's paleontologists fight destruction of its fossil riches. Why India needs a museum for its fossils. There is no national fossil museum in India. It does not exist. They do not have that, which is a rotten shame. That's a country with incredible fossil heritage, and... Yeah. Yeah. Why India's fossil wealth needs a resurrection. Yeah. Yeah. India. Where Bruathkaiosaurus is from. Yeah. And Rayzilla says, I also saw something that said that the Bruathkaiosaurus bone might have just been a piece of wood. Didn't read into it. Yeah, it was so poorly preserved that it was really hard to tell. Yeah. And Pericles the Eighth says, next time someone says that I can't cite Wikipedia, gonna tell them Danny the Dinosaur Guy does? No, I don't cite Wikipedia. I cite the articles that Wikipedia cites. Wikipedia itself is a wonderful resource if you want to be brought up to speed quickly on a subject, but the actual information isn't in the article itself. It's in these little things. So, look right here. Look for the citations right there. You can click these, and these take you to the bottom of the article, where you've got the references there. And that's where you have the actual original information, the primary sources. This is the real stuff. The references. That's how it works. So yeah. Despacito is finished. That's good. HD and HB. I would certainly not do that again, nor would I say, Alexa, play the Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash. Yeah. Friday Chaos. Yes, indeed, Claire Burr. No one is safe. Unless they don't have an Alexa. Or, that reminds me. Google, play the Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Lordy, that was the last one. I won't be doing that anymore. My name is not Siri, sysadmin. Sice, my name is not Siri. But if it were, you could tell me, hey Siri, play the Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash. Anyway. Yeah. MLF says Danny is trolling up back today. Yeah. Well, here, we'll talk about what I'm printing on here in a few minutes. But let me tell you about my day so far. I was a little bit late starting stream today because I just got back home. I was in San Francisco this morning. Went and took the ferry boat into the city. Beautiful morning. I basically got up with the sun, walked an hour and a half to the ferry terminal, took the ferry into the city, hung out with a friend with Snail Chaser from twitch.tv/Snail Chaser. It's good to see him. We go way, way back. We've known each other since kindergarten. And, yeah, it was a lovely morning. And Google Photos is not updating here. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Is it doing the thing where it's like, oh no, more than 75% of your storage is used, and that means there's no room for even a single photo anymore. Pay us more money. That's annoying. Well, we'll see if it updates. I was going to show you some photos, but it might not be possible. But yeah, it was wonderful, Golgan. It was really nice to be able to get a lot of walking in today and go see an old friend. Beats International, speaking of old friends, thank you for the 4 months.
Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash.
Ask Jeeves. I remember Ask Jeeves, Beats International. Yeah. Thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that, Beats. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. R.I.P. Jeeves. I know. It was terrible what Steve Jobs did to him. He got away scot-free, you know? Just because that glove didn't fit in the courtroom. Justice was not served. We're gonna get into Ceratopsuchops in a couple minutes from Museica there. Gimpleg says, wait, according to Twitter, today is the 118th birthday of Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was yesterday, Gimpleg. Yeah. When Tyrannosaurus was first published on by Henry Fairfield Osborn. I think October 5th. Yeah. Anyway. We could talk about the discovery of Tyrannosaurus in a little bit. Yeah. And, can anybody guess what I'm printing right now on the 3D printer? The blue color is a red herring. So don't let that fool you. Yeah, and what are you printing now? The fish done? The fish is done, says Sadman. We're printing a different fish now. A, terrestrial synapsid fish. A blue herring. Would you like to see the coelacanth? It's not a chocolate ammonite thalo, no. I did mention briefly what I was going to be printing next. I wonder if anybody remembers. But let me show you the coelacanth here. You ready? Take a look at Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian coelacanth. Pretty extraordinary, right? This is not quite life-size. The real ones can get well over 6 feet long, like 2 meters. But check that out. Pretty extraordinary, right? Yeah. Pretty awesome. I can't wait to get this painted. It might be a couple weeks until I can actually get it painted because I've got so many things going on. TwitchCon and SVP and research and getting ready to move and all this other stuff. Holy cow. What an incredible thing to have. Coelacanth. What a remarkable critter. Show you the other side. That beautiful Diffie circle tail right there. Lovely. It's so big, I gotta be careful about where I'm swinging those fins around. It's big enough to cuddle. Well, those fins are not super inviting. They're sticking out at all angles, and yeah. So thank you again to everybody who contributed 3D printer filament to that. That project would not have been possible without your help. So thank you very, very much.
Hey, Danny, how big is your new fish? Oh, it's this big.
There you go, Trappy. Yeah, it's pretty big. And that's not a fish story there. It's, yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits, Trappy Jenkins. Appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. There are more 3D printer projects that I will be embarking on in the future. For right now... oh, these did load. Good. For right now, we did have a correct guess as to what I'm printing. But here is one part of it right here. I wonder if this helps. Do we have anybody in the chat who recognizes this shape? This is the back of the skull. From a very well-known ancient critter. One that we talked briefly about yesterday. It came up. And this is the back of it right here. This is the eye socket. Postorbital fenestra. This is the lower jaw right here. So the front of it is missing. Irritator. That's an interesting guess there, Charlie's Dragon. And Lenina, you are correct. It is indeed Dimetrodon. Yes. Cliff Alistair McLean, you got it right too. printing up a Dimetrodon skull. I'm excited about this one. Well, if I'm not excited about a 3D print, well, that never really happens. I'm always excited about 3D prints because I don't print things I'm not excited about. But not a dinosaur. Yes, indeed, Musaica. Not a dinosaur. Take a look at this. I am just getting ready to carve up this pumpkin. I thought everybody's going to be expecting me to do a dinosaur. So I'm going to buck expectations a little bit and do something that is distinctly not a dinosaur and make it be about not being a dinosaur. Who can tell me what that is? Dimetrodon. There you go. Yeah, Dimetrodon. This critter is more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur, which is pretty cool to think about. These are very, very charismatic animals. You see them in all kinds of assorted plastic dinosaurs boxes and stuff. I'll be right back. Hang on. These predate the dinosaurs by, what, probably a solid 60 million years. Let's go ahead and get started with pumpkin carving. First thing that I've got to do for this is carve out the top. Unfortunately, I don't have any anesthetic for our pumpkin friend here. It's time for your lobotomy. There we go. Look at that. Pulling out all the guts right here. You see it in a movie or a book or something like that, and you can say, hey, that's not a dinosaur. That's a Dimetrodon. Check it out. It looks so much better now. I did draw that Dimetrodon, says Sadman. Yeah, you bet. And I carved it. Not a dinosaur. Dimetrodon. Let me turn off all the lights. Yes. Check that out. Oh, man. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. I'm pretty happy with this. Good stuff. Maybe we'll watch a little brief video on Dimetrodon too. Well, I'm sure we'll watch some more Dimetrodon videos once we actually have the thing printed, huh? Unless I can find you a real brief one. Ooh. This might be halfway decent. Let's have a look. That's Edaphosaurus there. So this is another synapsid, but this is a plant-eating one. This is the same as in Dimetrodon. Same idea. It does seem to make sense for them with those hyper-elongate neural spines. I really do not like that term because it's very misleading. They're not reptiles at all, nor were they ever reptiles. The split between synapsids and sauropsids. Sauropsids are, you know, modern reptiles and birds and dinosaurs are sauropsids. And synapsids are mammals and proto-mammals like these guys. That split happened way, way, way down at the base of the tetrapod family tree, basically. Or the base of the amniote family tree, I should say. Creatures that laid eggs on dry land. So, mammals never were reptiles. Mammals did not evolve from reptiles. The split happened at the very origin of reptiles and mammals. Of sauropsids and synapsids. So, calling them mammal-like reptiles is way out of date, completely wrong. Yeah. So see how those guys don't really have big teeth? But look at who does. Dimetrodon, yes. At the time, they'd get a lot bigger. And it's not a reptile. Hang on. No, but long enough for me to be very grateful, Stink of My Rear. Thank you so much for the 7 months of support at Tier 2 there. That is pretty excellent. Thank you very, very much for your ongoing support, Stink. It's good to see you back. Hope you've been doing well. Let's get back to Dimetrodon here. Here we go. It's not a reptile. It's a synapsid. Completely different group of animals. Wow. Oh, little baby. Uh-oh. Remember we were talking about this, about the sideways motion? This is before mammals developed the up and down undulation of their spine. And this is speculative. Yeah, we don't know if they had eye spots or anything like that. Yeah. It makes sense, but we don't know it for sure. Oof. Yowza. Oof. Not a reptile, a synapsid. Dimetrodon, the name means 2 measures of teeth, and that's what this is going to be about. Ugh, this is grisly. Mm. Hm. Hmm. Yep. Pretty cool. Dimetrodon. And, yeah, how do we know which laid eggs and which had live birth? It is difficult to say, little pink pony, but I can put it this way. In mammals and in synapsids, like the mammal lineage, laying eggs is much more common than things like feeding your... Oh no, hang on. Laying eggs sticks around for a long time. There are still some mammals today that lay eggs. Most of the little mammals during the age of the dinosaurs, long after Dimetrodon. But, yeah. Many mammals like, I wonder if multituberculates are thought to have been oviparous. But yeah. Many Mesozoic mammals also laid eggs. Little critters like this. Egg laying was actually really, really common during the age of the dinosaurs in mammals. And so there's no reason to think that Dimetrodon would have given birth to live young. It's a pretty derived trait to give birth to live young. So that's why Dimetrodon almost certainly laid eggs. I hope I didn't mix up my words there. Dimetrodon almost certainly was oviparous, egg laying. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And how do you know if they were sexually dimorphic? Since a lot of birds are. That's actually a funny thing, Little Pink Pony. Birds are only sexually dimorphic on the outside, it seems. Male and female bird skeletons seem to be identical to one another. And that's a trait that they may have gotten from their dinosaur ancestors. Dimetrodon, I don't know if there's been any study on whether or not they were sexually dimorphic, if the males and females looked different in terms of their skeletons, if they had sexual dimorphism skeletally. Let's see, Wikipedia usually has a pretty good summary of this kind of thing. Yeah. There's evidence of sexual dimorphism both in the robustness of the skeleton of Dimetrodon and also in the relative height of the spines of Dimetrodon limbatus, Romer and Price, 1940. Interesting. They may have been sexually dimorphic, meaning that males and females had slightly different body sizes. Some specimens of Dimetrodon have been hypothesized as males because they have thicker bones, larger sails, longer skulls, and more pronounced maxillary steps than others. Very cool. And Zazuka, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Based on these differences, the mounted skeletons in AM&H in New York and the Field Museum in Chicago might be males, and the skeletons in the Denver Museum and the University of Michigan Museum might be females. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, if you want to read more about that, here's that article. Cool stuff. Yeah. And yep, Charlie's Dragon. Mammals seem to show more sexual dimorphism in their skeletons than other creatures do, especially birds. Birds don't really have it at all. Yeah. Birds are sexually dimorphic in terms of size, but how do you tell a small male from a large female in the fossil record, you know? And in terms of their feather coloration and sometimes longer plumes, feathers and stuff like that. But if the feathers aren't preserving and all you have are bones, good luck in telling if that's a male or a female that you've got fossilized there, you know? Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff, right? So yeah, yeah. And these photos finally loaded. Yeah. There's me going under the Bay Bridge on the ferry boat this morning into San Francisco. Man, it was hot out this morning. There's the Transamerica Pyramid. And then here's something. Twitch headquarters that I walked by. Right there on Bush Street in San Francisco. So yeah, I'm glad those finally loaded. Anyway, good stuff. And Little Pink Pony says, I wonder if the feathered dinosaurs were like that too. They almost certainly were. Feathers probably evolved partly for display, so a way for you know, to kind of show off sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs. Males and females looking different from one another. Different Different plumage. So yeah, and that's a great sign. It is cool, isn't it, Claire? They've got another one right there too, outside the building. Yeah, cool stuff. I've gotten to visit Twitch headquarters before. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Anyway. Yeah. Gimpleg, it had been suggested that monotremes evolved from birds? What kind of article is that, Gimpleg? That sounds nuts. Yeah. Little Pink Pony says, I'd like to think that raptors strutted around like peacocks. I mean, dromaeosaurids did certainly have feathers. Your velociraptor from Jurassic Park was actually a feathered animal. Anyway, yeah, and don't take my word for it. Did Velociraptor have feathers? The answer is yes, most definitely.
Dinosaurs are often very well preserved indeed. But that's not the case with the skin or the soft parts.
Usually, anyway.
So imagining what they looked like has been largely a matter of guesswork.
Tradoon.
But now some truly exceptional fossils have been discovered that have changed all that.
That's a Deinonychus skull
One
up
of the
there,
most
Zazuka.
startling discoveries has been the
Yeah.
presence of feathers on a large number of species, including Velociraptor.
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial.
You're good, Claire.
We currently know of about 60 dinosaur species that are completely covered in feathers, just like modern birds.
Yep.
Some of the most
That list grows every year.
have been discovered in China. This is an image
Carpe Sapiens
that was
sees
found
the
in
man. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
2015.
Yeah.
It's called Zhenhua
With monsters, we came here to find fossils.
An official Calzi, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Seems we've got a sudden inrush of new follows. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Zazuka was asking, where can I buy one? Well, all of these are 3D printed. I 3D printed these fossil replicas here. And I'm printing another one right now, a Dimetrodon skull, using more of that blue filament that was left over from the coelacanth. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. And this is not the famous Archaeopteryx fossil here, but that is it right there. That is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right there, my 3D print of that angelic fossil specimen. This one is Zhenjuanlong. I'm sure I didn't pronounce that correctly, but yeah. Here.
2015. It's called Zhenjualong.
Yeah.
And you can probably guess from these huge claws on its feet that it was related to a velociraptor. But also, you can see amazingly perfect detail of feathers down its tail and more on its arms, its wings. For Velociraptor in particular, fossils have even been found with indentations in the bone.
Yep, quill knobs
showing
is what we
exactly
call them.
where feathers would have been positioned.
That's
It would have
Velociraptor
looked
there.
very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated in lots and lots of feathers.
And it... Listen to how they cut the audio here. Listen.
Different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would.
See, hear how it cuts off really abruptly?
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would.
I'm sure Paul Barrett actually said that we're familiar with from Jurassic Park. And the you know, this is from Apple TV Plus and BBC. They were probably like, oh, we don't really want to have a Jurassic Park reference here, so they just cut that part off. Producer said no. Yeah, there you go, Claire Burr. Yeah.
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated in lots and lots of feathers and would have looked a lot more like a kind of really terrifying turkey.
I kind of bristle a little bit at that description. Oh, more like a 6-foot turkey.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And thank you, David G. Gimez. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I would call this some sort of terrifying ground-running eagle or something like that. This is like a bird of prey. It's not like a turkey. You know? Banish that thought from your head. This is an animal you would be worried about. This is an animal that, yeah, it's evolved over tens of millions of years to be a very effective predator. Not like a turkey.
The fossil evidence for feathers may be clear and incontrovertible, but why would a flightless predator like Velociraptor...
And Just Ashja, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
A downy coat may soften their image as scaly reptilian killers, but in fact feathers would have made Velociraptors even more deadly.
Yeah, and what I'm kind of disappointed by here, honestly, from Prehistoric Planet, is they talk about, you know, using feathers in order to descend cliff faces more effectively, but that's not really something that we see much in modern birds. What we do actually see is something called stability flapping. So when a bird of prey catches, let's say like a hawk, you know, it catches a jackrabbit or something too big to fly away with. It can't take off into the sky with this thing, so what does it do? It stands on top of it, it sinks its claws into it, and it flaps its wings to stay upright as the prey is struggling, and then it eats it while it's still alive. That is probably what these animals were doing much of the time. So yeah, this is a hypothesis called raptor prey restraint. RPR Ripper behavioral model illustrated by a small dromaeosaurid. So this is a really cool paper here, and thank you, Ken, for pulling up that command. How you doing, Ken? It's good to see you. Yeah, I would have really liked to have seen that in Prehistoric Planet, but instead they kind of go the snow leopard route, and they show it, you know, Velociraptor descending these steep slopes, and yeah, like a snow leopard, even though Velociraptor is not known from areas that would have had big rocky canyons like that. But whatever. Yeah. And Red Bulwark says jumping on trees too, so a big dinosaur could possibly jump from a tree onto its prey's neck.
Let's protect our fossils.
It would be difficult for those animals to climb very well, I think.
America loses them forever.
And Little Pink Pony, thank you for the Prime sub there. I appreciate that. No more ads for you. Did you get fed up during that ad and you say, I don't want to miss this stuff? Little Pink Pony, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Yeah. And look, we are almost halfway to our sub goal. With only 1 day left. We'll see if we get there. Yeah. And Sai says, see, I learned something every time I watch. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Keep up the good work. I will. Thanks for your support in doing so. What about Utah Raptor? What about Utah Raptor? This summer, I was actually working with, you could almost call him the father of Utah Raptor. The guy who named and described, published on Utah Raptor, Jim Kirkland. And we talked a lot about Utah Raptor this summer as we were working in the field. Ken was there too. Ken, you remember. Ken is, I think, still in chat right now. An anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting Musaica. I appreciate that. Musaica says, new job in 2 weeks, so I will sub again after that. I'm excited for your new job, Musaica, and thank you for that pledge. But enjoy that gift sub for now. Thank you, anonymous gifter. That's very generous of you. Yeah. Here, go to the YouTube page. And... there we go. I wonder if we had any Utah Raptor questions for Jim in this. I know at one point we did talk about Utah Raptor a good deal. Is that here?
Look at that Wyoming dinosaur on his shirt. Yeah, that's from,
Where was that? We did a whole thing on Utah Raptor with Jim at some point. We were talking all about it. Oh, you know, this is actually what I do full time. Streaming fossil science live on Twitch. Wasn't on this day. One of these are out of order. It's hard to find some of this. Try this one, maybe? Back it right there with that little limb bone. And, yeah, work. There we go. Yeah.
Important stuff for our discussion.
By the way, Dan, thanks, Phil. Yeah, thank you, Phil, for the idea. I appreciate it, Phil.
That is not the third drum.
Yeah.
Of Yale's type specimen of Deinonychus.
Right. So this is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park.
And
this critter here.
The third dromaeosaur ever described. Yeah.
Dromaeosaurus, Velociraptor, Deinonychus.
Yeah. As the first two were Dromaeosaurus, then Velociraptor, then Deinonychus. And Deinonychus is quite a bit bigger, because if you want to see...
Let's bring the camera closer, actually. That'll be good.
Want to see a Velociraptor? There's a claw of Velociraptor for a Deinonychus.
Is that a Rob Gaston cast right there?
Yeah,
Nice.
That's from a good Mongolian Velociraptor.
Yeah, so Velociraptor claw, not very big.
Yeah.
You know, beautiful, complete sky. They're the most, molds of the best preserved Velociraptorine skull ever found. You know, it's just an incredible thing.
Oh, and Ken, thank you for reposting that from Gimpleg. Thoughts on the North American sauropod hiatus, extinct and reintroduced, or sampling bias? I think, well, the old sauropod hiatus is before we really had done much work in the Cedar Mountain Formation? Or are you talking about in the Middle Cretaceous, I wonder? They probably did go extinct and were reintroduced multiple times. Sauropods seem to have maybe gone extinct in North America at the end of the Jurassic, and were introduced probably from Europe. That's what Jim thinks, is that, like, Turriosaurs may have walked over from Europe. And then later on they may have been replaced by Titanosaurs at some point. But then they do kind of, yeah, it does seem like maybe we lose sauropods in North America in, like, the Middle Cretaceous. Maybe? And then in the Late Cretaceous you have Titanosaurs coming in? It's gonna be complicated, whatever's going on, I think. Yeah. Yeah. And R.I.P. Diplodocus. Yeah, exactly. Ken, yes.
But
yes.
the Deinonychus is quite a bit bigger. One of the things that's really characteristic of these guys is the asymmetric blood groove.
Yeah.
You know, you have to supply the blood to the tissues growing the claw. And, you know, what is this?
Yeah, cool stuff. Let's get to Utah Raptor, though. There we go.
Allosaurus.
Yeah.
Here's an Allosaurus.
Oh, there's Allosaurus
Some
there.
years ago, and if you look at the blood vessel on that side there, and this side here, it's symmetrical.
Right.
And look how broad the base is.
Yeah.
I mean, when we reconstruct the sheath of the claw proper, this is the ungual, here's the claw reconstruction.
That's the keratin over the top, yeah.
It's like a bear claw. And you look at this wide base, it probably had a double carina, like you see on most normal big claws.
Yeah, and gimp leg sampling bias is kind of tricky when it comes to sauropods because they're so big that chances are you'll find bits and pieces of them. It's not like they're really small critters that are not easily preserved. They are the biggest animals to ever walk the earth. In aggregate, I guess. The biggest sauropods are the biggest creatures to ever walk the earth. But they've got all kinds of little tiny pieces too. So you might find a chunk of a sauropod vert, you might find a chunk of a sauropod tooth. So if sauropods are in a given environment, you're probably going to know about it. It would be hard to sample bias them away. But I'm sure it's possible.
And this would, Allosaurus, this is a thumb claw, would rake through and cause some serious damage. But it's not a knife in any sense of the word.
More like a hook, I would imagine it as, for grasping.
And, this probably added strength, but this double carina is very prevalent in mammals, too. But claw, ungual, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But why are they asymmetrical, the blood groove?
I would imagine if they're using it to hook into prey, this is my guess, that, it's going toward the sagittal plane. So, you're kind of going inward, or maybe outward.
It has nothing to do with biomechanics.
Okay.
Remember, it's completely covered by the keratin. No muscles attached anywhere near that.
Yeah.
So why would that be asymmetrical in these?
I don't know. Yeah.
We're working with an artist, because artists notice things that paleontologists don't always notice.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for paleo artists. I don't always agree with them, but I have a lot of respect for them. But you look at this and you say, okay, it's flat. The groove's in different positions. The artist goes, well, it's structural. If the claw was symmetrical, you'd have this real weak spot because it would come so close together.
Sure.
In the center of the claw.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so by displacing them,
it would be bowed
instead
inward
of having this point where it would break easy, you've got this, and it makes real sense. And I note in the paper I describe Utahraptor that this guy figured this out, and I agree with him. I think it explains it.
Maybe the smaller the claw is, the more you have to have those displaced in order to help prevent it from breaking, because it's... Yeah.
But basically...
So, Allosaurus wouldn't have to worry about that because the claw itself is already pretty thick.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. It's just you say the mouth of babes. This is a sharp guy, This paleo artist had a lot of skills. But anyway...
Satan Sandwiches wants to know, are there ever any problems with radon gas or other hazardous materials such as mica dust at dig sites? It depends what kind of rock you're digging in. So when I was working in Nevada, in some Cenozoic sediments, we were working in diatomaceous earth in a quarry, let's see, digging up sticklebacks and killifish. And diatomaceous earth is earth made of diatoms. Same stuff that you use for, kitty litter or for doing things like filtering beer. This is actually the same site here in western Nevada.
Would die, and their bodies would drift to the bottom and be covered with sediment. The flesh would rot off the bones, and very often would leave a beautiful intact skeleton.
Lovely. But there's this really fine dust in between here that we would have to wear, masks in order to protect our lungs, because this dust can really mess you up from the inside out if you breathe in too much of it.
That there were two distinct types of sticklebacks preserved here.
Some of the fish had a really big pelvic bone behind the head, and other fish didn't have that bone, but a little tiny pelvic bone.
Anyway, this is a really cool video, too, that I'll give you the link to. There you go. And Droid Insanity, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Droid Insanity, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not really much of a meat guy, you know? I don't eat meat. So I don't know. I wonder what you would taste like to them, though. But it depends what kind of dinosaur you're talking about. Dinosaurs were a very diverse group. The group that evolved into birds is called the theropods. They were the meat-eating dinosaurs. They were the ones most likely to eat you. And, yeah. Many of them were very bird-like, by virtue of them, you know, one theropod evolving into all birds today. But yeah. Wonder what I would taste like also, but it is frowned upon if I try it. There you go, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I've had various crew members speculate on what I would taste like in the past, and it got a little uncomfortable. They figured that, oh shoot, they're like, well, Danny doesn't eat meat, so that means he's lower on the trophic web. He's probably the safest to eat. What do you think he would taste like? And I'm just like, God, I'm sitting right, I can hear you. Just having this loud discussion about what all my different parts would taste like. Anyway.
You know, when we first were working on the Gaston quarry across the way at the first site we had in this side of the Paradox Basin, Cedar Mountain, that we worked. BYU had been working Dalton Wells for 30 years. Before that, you know, as we're digging, I found part of a theropod jaw.
Sure.
You know, exciting, and I'm working on it, and there's some ribs, and there's a tibia of the theropod right there. And this guy starts calling over to me, Jim, I think I've got a weird-looking cervical rib. And this is all limestone.
It's going to be a claw, isn't it?
Quarry to work.
Yeah.
It's hard on your knees and everything else. Dalton Wells, Jim? No, this is the Gaston quarry. Yeah, it's all bases, total limestone. And, I mean, you know, half a meter thick or more. You know, real hard unit, you know. And basically, finally goes, you really should take a look at it. And I came over.
Cranberry sauce, there you go, Jody Fish, yeah.
And I could see about that much of this thing.
That's not a cervical rib.
You know, and clearly, you know, discovery mark at the tip. You know, and I'm like, oh, look at that groove. And then I lay my head down on the rocks to see this, because you had it coming around. I'm like, that's a dromaeosaur claw of some sort.
But it's huge.
And I only could see this much of it at the time. I said, Carl, we got to see the rest of this. That's coming with us. This is our last day.
Okay.
You know, that first season.
Yeah.
You know, we got to get this out of the quarry. So, boom, uncovers this, and it's like, that's twice the size of Deinonychus.
Easily. Yeah.
And Don Burge and, you know, guys, because I had the Cloverleaf book with me, because John Ostrom was being very helpful, as always.
Yeah.
And he sent it to me because I'm working on ankylosaurs in the early Cretaceous, and it describes Sauropelta. But he had a picture of the claw of Deinonychus. And, you know, here's Deinonychus. There's a scale on the claw, and I'm going, look, it's twice the size. And then you guys, no, that's probably the scale's wrong. This is a Deinonychus. Has to be. It's early Cretaceous. All early Cretaceous dromaeosaurs in North America have to be Deinonychus. Well, I don't think so. I think this is a big thing. So a week later, San Diego.
And we all knew, if it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
That's dire there, MS Coggins. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, MS Coggins. Keeping me online for that long. Appreciate you.
I went to the SVP meeting.
Hey, Photosmith, how you doing?
Meeting, and I go to the back door, and there's Bob Bacher sitting, holding court with his acolytes, you know, sitting up on a table, and everybody's around him. It was a classic Bacher scene. And I had this cast, you know, to Bob, and he looks at it, rolling his mustache a bit. Junk. Hands it back to me. Just junk. And I'm like, Bob, I think this is a giant dromaeosaur, you know, sickle claw. And he gets it again, looks at it. It's just a crushed Torvosaurus claw. And Torvosaurus claw in outline is almost identical, except it's equal thickness.
The sulcus would be a little bigger, right?
Oh yeah, I mean it's it's that thick. I mean it's like an allosaur claw, but in side view it's almost identical in form, but it's a big, thick, mantis claw, you know, from a meat-eating dinosaur. So I'm going, I'm going to go show John Ostrom. You know, so I go on in, and Jim Madsen, the first day paleontologist, sitting there talking to John Ostrom. And I hand this to John, and I think Madsen had warned him that I had this thing or something, because he just takes it. And you know how big you put the sheath on that thing, and it would have been like this long, and that thing and he just starts swinging this thing around, and, you know, and I was feeling very vindicated.
You know? I can imagine.
You know, swinging this, I mean, he really was. He's like, oh, man, that would be great, you know, and he's just going for it. You know, but, yeah, it was vindication. And, of course, John made sure immediately when he got back to Yale, he sent me the Deinonychus monograph.
Nice.
You know, and he said, yeah, you need this, but you've got something new there, I think. And, you know, it's with a polycanthine, not a nodosaur. So I got pretty excited.
Give you a link to this video.
That. You know, working the site. You know, this is on camera. I found this claw, probably the other side of the same animal. It's not as good a cast, because it should be better done.
So yeah, Utah Raptor. There's a little bit about Utah Raptor for you from the man who named it, who published on it. And Gimplake says, this is my favorite conversation from the summer. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I am. We'll have to interview Jim again at some point about other things, you know, via Twitch guest star. Tommy Plodicus. Thank you for that gift sub. I appreciate that, Tommy Plodicus. Thank you, thank you. Emeleth says, this is good Friday evening content. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so, Emeleth. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you, Tommy Plodicus. SB Harkin says, that's the monograph you're trying to find a copy of? What do you mean, SB Harkin? You lost me. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, and thank you for making those playlists, Claire. That's excellent. Try to make sure the two digs were together and isolated. I appreciate that, Claire. Thank you, thank you. Sometimes YouTube is weird about this kind of thing. It'll put things in out of order, and yeah. It's not always ideal. Anywho. Upload one at a time. Yeah, there you go, Claire. Oh, the Yale monograph. No, I have that one, SP Harkin. Yeah. And Yogurt Garrel.
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Yogurt Garrel, for the 29 months of support. That's a long time, Garrel. Thank you again for your ongoing support. That's almost a whole year right there. Cheers to you, Yogurt Garrel. Here's to many more almost a whole years. Yeah. Museka, why don't we do your dinosaur deep dive now, shall we? And I want to preface this by I wonder if we can find a video on this. Lumpers versus splitters. And this lady's going to talk about it with regard to paleoanthropology, but much of the same stuff will apply.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Anth. Vigorous discussions occur among paleoanthropologists who...
Paleoanthropologists are scientists who study ancient humans, like before archaeology. So before humans had things like, sometimes even before stone tools. We're talking about like fossil human remains. That's paleoanthropology.
Who consider fossils from a lumper perspective and those who do from a splitter perspective. Before I explain what is going on with lumpers and splitters, first I need to explain how evolution or adaptation works.
Okay.
Evolution is change over time. Adaptation...
Well, change between generations. not just over time. That could be ontogeny, is another kind of change over time, but that's in an individual organism's lifespan. Evolution is organisms changing between generations. Yeah.
It is change that allows individuals to better fit their environment so that their offspring will survive to reproduce.
Maybe that's how they define it in paleoanthropology, but that's not how I would define adaptation at all.
In order for evolution and adaptation to occur, species must be composed of diverse populations of individuals. If all individuals in a species are very similar, then if there is a change in the environment to which those individuals cannot adapt, the individuals in the species will all die and the species will become extinct.
Sure, this is why it's important to have genetic diversity. You need lots going on in terms of different genes in order for natural selection to be able to select the ones that are... Yeah, if everybody's a clone of each other and everybody has the same exact attributes, your species is going to go extinct when something changes.
Evolution
You're not going to be able to evolve.
Requires species to have lots of diversity. This is called population thinking. However, there are some paleoanthropologists who do not look at the past and fossils as if they were part of once living populations. Instead, they view diversity in fossil material as a signal that the fossil material is composed of more than one species.
Yeah, so we would call those people splitters. Any small difference that they would find, they would consider that to be, oh, well, it's got to be a different species because it looks a little bit different.
This is called...
I'll see you later, Rayzilla. Thanks for being here.
That is,
yeah.
Whenever these paleoanthropologists find differences, they declare that they will split the fossils into separate species. On the other hand, paleoanthropologists who use population thinking expect there to be some differences, but they focus on commonalities in the fossil material. If the commonalities outweigh the differences, and if the variation in the traits in the fossil collection does not exceed that found in modern species, then these paleoanthropologists will lump all the fossil material into one species.
Lumpers and splitters, got it?
Essentialist thinkers who focus on differences. Lumpers are population thinkers who focus on commonalities. Splitters look at the past and see many different species rather than many populations of one species.
So, yeah, it's a nifty video there. Here's a link. So this is something that you got to understand here in order for this discussion to make sense. Here.
Yeah, we're big dinosaurs.
It's my old boss, Jack Horner.
To a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos.
We do.
Scientists like to name dinosaurs. They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different. And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs. In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, anyway, I'm looking for this part here where he talks about similarities and differences. Here we go.
Pachycephalus, whatever. But no one, in other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister, you can't do it by looking at differences, right? You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So people were looking.
So yeah, these 3 different dinosaurs are probably actually the same dinosaur, just at different stages of ontogeny, different growth stages. That brings us to our dinosaur deep dive here. Mosaic requested Ceratopsuchops. Now, I remember reading the headlines about this and then eventually reading the article when I got back home. England's Isle of Wight was an Isle of Fright with 2 big dinosaur predators. So this is a paper in which 2 new Spinosaurids were named in the same paper, both based on pretty fragmentary fossils. One is named Ceratopsuchops inferodios, meaning horned crocodile-faced hell heron. The name refers to a heron because of the bird's shoreline foraging lifestyle. Ceratopsuchops had a series of low horns and bumps along ornamenting its brow region. The second is named Rhiperovenator milnerae, meaning Milner's riverbank hunter, honoring British paleontologist Angela Milner, who died in August. It may have been slightly larger than Ceratopsuchops. These 2 dinosaurs Ceratopsuchops and Rhiperovenator lived at the same time and in the same place. On the Isle of Wight, early Cretaceous period, and they lived in the same time in the same place as another very similar dinosaur called Baryonyx. This is Ceratopsuchops here. It could also very well be Baryonyx. The thing is, when you've got very limited fossil material, and you've got very few features to compare with other dinosaurs, it can be really, really easy to only spot the differences. And so in this case, are they from the same formation? Do we have, from the Wessex formation, we've got Baryonyx also, do we not? And I don't think they're claiming that they are stratigraphically separated, because I don't think we actually have good strat data on either Ceratopsuchops or Rhiperovenator. Mammals, pterosaurs, dinosaurs, sauropods, theropods, Ceratopsuchops. Rhiperovenator. Oh, is Baryonyx not from the Wessex Formation? Yeah. These were formerly considered to be remains of Baryonyx. It could very well be that this is essentially the same animal. It could be the same lineage. I guess it's thought to have been a slightly different time? I know that this is not the Wessex Formation. It is the Weald clay. But yeah, from the Barremian. The Wessex also. From Berriasian to Barremian. So it might be slightly older. But the thing is, I don't think we actually have good data on when exactly Ceratopsuchops is from, right? And it is from the Bohemian. So, they're from the same part of the world. England and the Isle of Wight. They're from the same time. This is how much we actually have from these critters. Zandrufi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And I'll see you again soon too, Sice. Thanks for being here. Yeah. What are the atapomorphies for this critter? I forget what they are. It's something to do with the brain case, right? And we know that brain cases change throughout ontogeny in dinosaurs, so it's not even necessarily... Let's just look at the paper. Luckily, it is open access. Here is a link right there for you in the chat. And again, I'm a little bit guarded about talking about this right now because this is a group that I'm working on. These Spinosaurids. But yeah, let's find out what the atapomorphy is. An atapomorphy is a feature that's supposed to be unique to that critter. It's something that nobody else has. It distinguishes it as a new kind of organism. Atapomorphy only shows up right there, apparently. Should have like a diagnosis. There we go. Discussion. Results. And it is from the Bohemian. So it's from the basically the same place and the same time as baryonyx.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist. Oh, we dig deeper.
Yankee_Axe and their 14 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Yankee Axe, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Howdy, howdy. How are ya? Hope things are going well with you. How did your stream go? Tell me all about it. I want to hear about it. Tell you a little bit about me. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And we're talking about dinosaurs right now, as we often do. I dig up dinosaurs live in the field. We were live streaming that back in the summer. Now I'm back in my office, and we're answering your dinosaur questions and trying to do some science outreach here. So I'm glad you could make it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Carving axe handles. Well, very nice there, Yankee Axe. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. It seems like we've got some cool new people here, like you, Yankee Axe, and Fine Pine Carving. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Would you like to see a quick welcome video to introduce you to the channel? Oh, uh-oh. Jody Fish. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Jody Fish.
Jody Fish just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you. Thank you, Jody Fish. I appreciate that. Yes. Good stuff. Acrocanthosaurus got one. Very nice, Jody Fish. Lovely. Yeah. Anyway, type a 1 into chat if you'd like to see a quick welcome video with previously recorded Danny to kind of introduce you to the channel, to tell you what this is all about. Oh, we've got a 1 from Yankee Axe. Very nice. 1 from Fine Pine Carving, Babzilla. Well, without further ado, we are going to call forth our friend previously recorded Danny, who is sneaking up behind me as we speak. I'll leave you with him for a moment here. Previously recorded Danny, why don't you welcome all these cool new people?
Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurus. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. For the time being, anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better, too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And thank you even more to Yankee Axe for the raid and now for the follow. Thank you, thank you. It's great to have you here. Yeah. And Miko says, you're an amazing, you inspire me to study paleontology again. I appreciate you saying that, Miko. Thank you for your kind words. My goodness. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and I call you doctor out of respect. You do not have to do that, but I appreciate the respect, certainly, Miko. Thank you. Now, chat, we were just talking about... We're doing a dinosaur deep dive requested by Musaica on this critter. I'm not sure which one of these is actually supposed to be Ceratopsuchops, our dinosaur deep dive dinosaur. Which one is supposed to be Rhiperovenator? Honestly, it doesn't matter. They look super similar. These are almost certainly the same animal. Because they're from the same time and the same place, pretty much. With only very, very minor differences between them. And they're also both probably, honestly, they're probably the same animal as Baryonyx. Which is also from the same time and roughly the same place. This is one of those dinosaurs that I'm working on. Or rather, Baryonyx is. But, well, Spinosaurids in general are what I'm working on. Here is a 3D print of Baryonyx. I actually sculpted this live on stream and then printed it again live on stream. Baryonyx. This is one of my study animals. This is one of the critters that I've been looking at and will be publishing on, hopefully, before the end of the year. Things keep getting in the way of that, but, yeah, the video that you saw, or that clip that you saw in the video, I said, well, working on Spinosaurids, hopefully soon to be published. This is that project. These are the same animals that I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out their feeding ecology. But there was another clip in there. There we go.
Powered by the
what is it that Denver was saying about it? This is important. Because how do we actually diagnose, how do we tell if something is a new species?
To see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be. But we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species. You can see the...
So it should be a new species. What does that mean? Just because we have more parts of it, it should be a new species? How does that make sense? Liz kind of goes on to explain this in a second, but it's not because we've got more parts of it. More parts of it will help to determine that it probably is a new species. But the reason we expect it to be a new species is because it's from a new time and a new place. Dinosaurs are constantly evolving and changing throughout the age of dinosaurs. And so if you find a particular dinosaur from a new horizon, chances are it's going to be something new. And if you have a skull, that'll be really easy to diagnose. Like, shoot, this is different, this is different, this is different. So all of those combined with the kind of the logic inherent to it's from a new time and a new place. These animals are evolving. This is going to be at a different stage of it's going to be something new. Yeah.
And we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Dinosaur Dave says he's very much a splitter. No, Denver is exactly 100% the opposite. Denver's very much a lumper, as am I. That's the thing, is that people like Denver Fowler or Jack Horner or Liz Friedman Fowler or myself, we tend to look more at the similarities than the differences. We know that there can be a lot of variation within a population of animals. Like, you can have a lot of weird little differences, even if they're members of the same species. So yeah. Oh, Dave Hone. Oh, gotcha. Dinosaur Dave. Okay. Well.
You can see the bottom of it down here.
You said it, not me.
The shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur skeleton is 70.
Did not have a lot of time to make that drawing.
That skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or
Here we
15
go.
years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
Hey, look.
So we were talking about this yesterday, actually, on stream. Who's this dingus right here? With Daspletosaurus. We were talking about that. Here we go. Yeah. And this is super, super cool. We were talking about this yesterday when we were doing our deep dive on Daspletosaurus. We've got 3 species of this animal now, and they're separated by time. They seem to actually form an anagenetic lineage. Daspletosaurus taurosus, this was the first one ever discovered. It's also the oldest, just coincidentally. This one is from about 77 million years ago. The second one found was Daspletosaurus horneri. That's from about 75.5 million years ago, or 75.6, thereabouts. And then, just published last November, Daspletosaurus wilsoni, the in-between one. Daspletosaurus wilsoni from about 76.5 million years ago. It seems to be intermediate between the other two, Daspletosaurus wilsoni. That's named after Jack Wilson, my old roommate, actually. I was there when he discovered this in 2017 in the Judith River Formation, northern Montana. The thing is, these are different species, not because they look different necessarily. They do look a little bit different from one another, but those could be variations due to ontogeny. Those could be variations due to taphonomy or... But the reason why these make sense to split into 3 different species, instead of 3 different genera, especially, is because of the time thing. We've got kind of, you know, 500,000 years between Daspletosaurus taurosus at the bottom and Daspletosaurus wilsoni in the middle. And then 1,000,000 years until Daspletosaurus horneri at the top. This seems to be one population of animals slowly changing over time. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah. I don't know. It kind of gets into like a philosophical thing. It's like, what do you really need in order to demonstrate that these are different species of animal living at the same time in the same place? You actually have species diversity there. There was a split that occurred sometime in the past, and these are actually different kinds of critter. People like myself and Liz Friedman Fowler and Denver Fowler, we think you need a lot of evidence to actually show that these are different critters. The most parsimonious answer is they're probably the same animal. If they're all living at the same time in the same place, and they look pretty similar to each other, they're probably the same animal, and you can just have, you know, some degree of individual variation. That might be too ontogeny or taphonomy, too. So yeah. But, you know, it's a philosophical difference. So with Ceratoseucops and Rhiperovenator, with these two supposedly new dinosaurs here, they're certainly very cool, but are they actually new? Are they actually different from every other dinosaur that's ever been found, including Baryonyx, who's from the same time and the same place, and looks pretty darn similar? They found very subtle differences, and they're claiming that that means that there's 3 genera of Spinosaurs all living side by side together. I don't personally buy that. But we need more fossils. The funny thing is, sometimes the more fossils that you have, it turns out that you've got fewer species, because you can start to see those gradational differences in between. I wonder if they'll have a video about this. At the California Academy of Sciences, they have this huge wall. With all of these sea lion skulls. Hundreds of them. It is pretty cool, and you can see how much they vary. They're all members of the same species, and yet you can have all of these differences. White Code says like an evolutionary ship of Theseus, kind of like that, yeah. Actually, it's funny that you bring that up, White Code. Whitcode? Whitcode. When we're talking about Daspletosaurus here, or any other anagenetic lineage, if this is one population just slowly changing over time, where do you actually draw the line between these different species? Especially if you have a ton of specimens from a ton of different stratigraphic layers. It is like a ship of Theseus. You change it bit by little bit. At what point is it something new? There is kind of a cop-out here in the sense that the rock record doesn't normally work that way. Normally you get a lot of deposition and then a gap. Like, lots and lots and lots of rock being laid down, lots of dinosaur fossils, and then there's a gap. For whatever reason, there just wasn't sediment being deposited. It might skip several tens of thousands of years or something, and then it starts up again. And so there are just kind of natural breaks there in the fossil record. It's not often that we've got, like, super smooth deposition for several million years. In fact, I don't know of any cases of that, really. It's kind of more stochastic than that. Fits and starts and, you know, a lot and then none and then a lot and then none. That's just kind of how rock gets laid down. Yeah. But anywho, and without interest-specific variations, how can we even have evolution? That's a great question, Dinosaur Dave. It's a question that I wish some of my colleagues would ask themselves more often. But let's take a look at this. Is this the sea lions or is this something else? Never seen this video before. Skulls at the Cal Academy.
Hi, I'm Craig Rosa with Quest, and we're here at the back entrance of the California Academy of Sciences. We're going to head down to the basement and see some stuff in their collections that people normally don't get to see.
This is cool, and we're going to watch this another time. When we talk about skulls, we're going to have a special Skulls stream, Skulls, Skulls, and More Skulls, on Wednesday the 25th of October, before Halloween. But, we won't watch this video right now. We'll save it for then, because that looks like it's going to be perfect for that. I guess they don't have a video about this, so instead, I'm just going to show you some images. Sea lion skulls at the California Academy of Sciences. This is super, super neat. So there are so many skulls that they have here. Oh, that one downloaded rather than opening in. That's annoying. Anyway. There are so many here on this wall. This is not even half of it. And it's crazy the amount of variation that there is. Not just, there's a little bit of variation between males and females. There's different variation at like different sizes. The skull will be slightly different shapes in different areas as the animal grows and matures through ontogeny. You might have a little bit of regional variation too. And then you just have individual variation, where these are not clones of each other. They're going to be, each one is unique and special in its own little way. And that's reflected in its skull. The skull will also be unique and special in its own little way. And so sometimes the more specimens that you have, the more obvious it becomes that those differences are just part of like a gradation. It doesn't mean they're different species. If you only had 2 of these skulls, of these sea lion skulls, and they look kind of different from each other, you might go, oh wow, we've got 2 species of sea lion here. Not having the in-betweens can really hamper you, and I think that's exactly what's going on with these critters. We have very few specimens of spinosaurids around the entire world. And so those differences might seem pretty striking if you don't have all the in-betweens there. You know? We are all special, says Lordy. It's true. Shoot. Yeah. And Kennedy, I did hear about the escaped sea lion. Yeah. Yeah. I just saw a sea lion this morning on my way to San Francisco. In the water off of Alameda Island. Yeah. And Emeleth says this is why plant field guides have drawings, because there's so much variation in individuals. It's true, Emeleth. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if I can find a video talking about this. Let's see if this is any good.
Look at these cute baby animals. You will have immediately observed how cute and fluffy they are. But you will also have noticed that they are different. They vary. Yes, some are puppies and some are kittens. There is a great deal of variation between species, but also there is variation within a species.
Yep.
One puppy is fluffier than the other. They have different colour fur, and the kittens have different coloured eyes. Variation is the differences in the characteristics of individuals in a population.
Yep.
It can be due to genetics, the environment, or a combination of both. Let's start with genetics. Different members of a population have different DNA, unless they are identical twins.
Yep.
This means they have different versions of genes called alleles, and these alleles give rise to different characteristics. For example, on the eye color gene, this kitten.
And shoot, Charlie's Dragon says, or the same height, if you only had one person barely 5 feet tall and one over 6 feet, their skeletons would look different. Different size skulls, hands, feet, etc. Yeah, that's true. Like this allometric growth, allometry actually plays a big role in how different things look, for sure.
Kitten has an allele for blue eye color, whereas this kitten has an allele for brown eye color. If the species reproduce by sexual reproduction, the random mixing of alleles from both parents results in extensive genetic variation within a population of a species.
Yep.
This means that some individuals are better adapted to their environment than others, allowing natural selection to take place. For example, in a population of rats, some will either have better eyesight than others. These will be able to avoid being eaten by predators, so are more likely to survive to reproduce and pass on this advantage to their
That's evolution, baby. That's how it works.
To learn more about natural selection, watch this video. Some examples of variation in humans that are controlled by genes include eye color and blood group. If you have a blood group A, it's because
That's me.
you have the alleles
A
for this
positive.
characteristic.
Yeah.
This is genetic variation, and it is something that you were born with, and nothing can change it. Some variation is due to the environment or lifestyle of the organisms. Examples in humans are hair length. It depends on how short you decide to cut it. Your accent, as this is linked to where you live, and if you have any piercings, tattoos, or scars. These are characteristics that you acquire throughout your life. Many characteristics are due to a combination of both genetics and the environment. For example, the height a person can grow to is determined by genetics. Tall parents tend to produce tall children.
Yep.
However, a person will not grow to their potential height unless they eat a healthy, balanced diet. Also, there is some debate on how much intelligence is due to genetics or the quality of education a person receives.
Yep.
Is intelligence more due to nature or nurture?
I'm of the opinion that most of that is nurture, and also intelligence is such a wishy-washy concept in the first place that, like, you gotta be really careful how you define that. Anyway, usually it just comes down to how good are you at taking intelligence tests? It's like, it's almost like a circular reasoning kind of thing. But yeah.
To answer these questions, scientists can do experiments using identical twins. If the characteristic in both twins is the same, then it is most likely due to genetics. If it is different, then the environment has played an important role. For example, identical twins will have the same eye colour, as this is only due to genetics, but they will have different personalities, talents, likes and dislikes, and this shows that these are also influenced by the environment. So, in this video, we learnt about variation, and how it can be controlled by genetics, the environment, or sometimes both.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, and so Ceratoseucops and Rhiperovenator, they kind of help illustrate this point, you know? The differences between these two dinosaurs might very well be individual variation, or they could be stratigraphic variation too. One might be a few 100,000 years older than the other. And so maybe this is one population evolving through time, or maybe it's just they're a little bit different due to ontogeny, due to being at different growth stages when each of them died. There's a lot there. It doesn't necessarily have to be that these are actually two different lineages of dinosaurs that split somewhere in the past, you know? Yeah. And, anyway, Lordy. Yeah, Lordy, if you ever do have any children, they will not be born with tattoos. You'll have to do that yourself, Lordy. You know that, though. That reminds me, there is that... We talked about this a while ago. I think it was on TikTok or something. Yeah, there we go. I got plastic surgery so my kids would inherit my new nose. This is, apparently not a joke. Yeah. Yo haciendo la orino para que mis hijos nazcan con la nariz. So, apparently this was not a joke. But this is somebody who does not understand how heredity works. It's kind of an example, perhaps, of the failings of science education. Not here in the US, it seems, but in... Is this in Brazil? No, some Spanish-speaking country, sorry. Argentina, was it? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I think it was Argentina too. Claire, yeah. Kennedy. Anyway, and
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic
Kralik Zoo, thank you, Kralik Zoo, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I'm glad nobody here in chat would be making that mistake, thinking that stuff that happens to you during your lifetime will actually change your genes and make your offspring different. Yeah. And big time. I don't know about that happening. But welcome, big time. It's good to have you here. Shyloop says... Yeah, there you go, Shyloop. I agree with you about that, I think. Yeah. Anywho. So anyway, that's Ceratasucops Musaica. Thanks for sparking a cool discussion here, you know? There's honestly not much to say about this dinosaur because it's probably the same thing as both Rhiparovenator and Baryonyx. But yeah, would have been a fish-eating dinosaur. That's pretty neat. You'll be hearing all about that when I get that paper published. You're going to be sick and tired of Spinosaurs. So stay tuned. Anyway. Yeah. That's why I chose it? Nice, Musaica. Nice. Yeah. Kenny says, it is a satire, though. She never actually got a nose job. Is that right? If you've got a link there, Kennedy, I'd love to see it. Yeah, have we all been had? Did we get tricked? Have we been trolled? And Thalos says, but there is a thing with genes that can be switched on or off according to stress and things. Yeah, epigenetics, Thalo, but that's a big debate in like molecular biology and genetics right now as how much of a role epigenetics really plays. And you know who you should ask about that? Somebody who actually studies this is Balint. And Lita of Science Streams, they actually study this. And so they'll be able to tell you about that in a much more detailed and authoritative way than I ever could. I'm a paleontologist. I don't work on genes, you know? So yeah, check out Science Streams. Anywho. Yeah. It does have no influence from rhinoplasty. This is true, Jody Fish. This is true. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. What else did we have? We were going to be talking about Dimetrodon a little bit. Our Dimetrodon is still printing happily away. This is good. And Devonverse says, I can't believe we haven't found any fossil remains of Titanoboa. Who do you mean we? Oh, that's... How do you think we know about Titanoboa, Devonverse? It's from fossils. From Colombia. From the Eocene of Colombia, about 50 million years ago. I know one of the guys who named it. Titanoboa. This was Jason Head, who I think... Where is Jason nowadays? Maybe I can find a video of him talking about it. Here we go. Take a look.
A lost world of giants, 60 million years old. Ruled.
Was it from the Paleocene?
Monarch of unbelievable size.
So for the last 2 years, the Smithsonian Institution and the Smithsonian...
That's Jason there.
The University of Florida with the Florida Museum of Natural History, and now the Nebraska State Museum with myself have been working on a television program about Titanoboa and about the environments that it lived in.
Sliding into the water, it is coming home.
And so we have been filming in Florida, we've been filming in Canada, we've been filming in Venezuela, where we got to go down and actually hunt modern anacondas.
The snake looks like she's got a diameter of about 9, maybe 10 centimeters at the widest point, which is 1/5 to 1/7 the width of Titanoboa.
So what we've done
wow.
special is to show people the pattern, the history of discovery, and how we came up with the ideas that we had about what Titanoboa means for its environment.
Very funny, SB.
And also how we make inferences about the biology of the animal, how big it got, what it ate, how it lived. Really the important thing about the discovery of Titanoboa is not that just it's this amazingly big snake and that it's very cool that snakes get that big. It's what it tells us about the world.
Yeah,
Jason
I
Head,
like that.
their expert in extinct snakes, makes his first visit to Sarahone.
Now, of course, we don't really have a lot of skulls for the fossil record of snakes because they're very light and they break apart after the animals die.
When I was a kid looking at animals, I had no idea that I'd be in this position one day. And they used to have a big life-size Triceratops model in front of the Natural History Museum. And I used to climb around on it as a little kid and then go in the museum galleries, just like this gallery, and look around and be all wide-eyed. And now I'm actually having the opportunity as an adult to kind of live that dream and to be helping construct galleries like this and to
Pretty cool.
provide the research that is making other little kids
living the dream.
Look around and wide-eyed. And so, you know, the greatest thing for me is that if there's a 7 or 8 year old who is going to watch the special and see Titanoboa and get inspired to become a paleontologist, if I can get a couple of kids to do that, then I've definitely kind of made my mark.
That's pretty awesome.
For 60 million years.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Here's a link to that video there. Well, yeah, link from that titan of great news reporting, New York Post. Well, their paleontology reporting is sometimes kind of stellar, because sometimes they just post a video with a paleontologist just explaining the finding rather than editorializing it, you know? Titanoboa is a little too big for your comfort there, Charlie's Dragon. It's a cool critter. Yeah. Here, let's watch a little video about that. Because
about 59 million years ago, the rainforest of
Because what was that line that that Jason had in there?
Around on it as a little kid and then go in the museum galleries, just like this gallery. It's this amazingly big animal, how big it got, what it ate, how it lived. The important thing about the discovery of Titanoboa is not that just it's this amazingly big snake and that it's very cool that snakes get that big. It's what it tells us about the world.
Jason Head.
Yep. So what does it tell us about the world? Let's talk about it.
About 59 million years ago, the rainforest of Colombia was full of giants. It wasn't long after the extinction that ended the reign of the non-avian dinosaurs, and the fauna in this part of South America were already starting to get big again. In this lush, swampy ecosystem, there were huge turtles, way bigger than the largest members of their group today. And there were specialized fish eaters with long, narrow snouts, crocodile relatives that were every bit as long as today's biggest saltwater crocs.
Is that supposed to be a champsosaur? Because they didn't have scales, I don't think. That looks like it's supposed to be a crocodilian.
But the largest animal lurking in that ancient forest, like by far, was Titanoboa, the largest.
Yeah.
At 13 meters is about twice the size of the biggest snakes alive today. It was like 7 of me long. And me has a lot of questions about this thing. Like, why can't I have one anymore? Because it sounds really cool and I got mice in my attic. But also, where did it come from? Is it related?
I mean, that might fall through your ceiling if it were up in your attic. That's going to be a heavy animal.
To any living snake species? And how did it live? What did it eat? How does a snake that big actually work? But the biggest question for me has just been about its bigness. Like, what allowed this snake to grow to nearly twice the size of any snake we know today?
Oh, and Claire Burr, thank you for reposting that. Simonella fooled her followers, telling the Post that she'd never actually received a rhinoplasty, instead claiming she underwent a simple surgery to rectify a deviated septum. Oh, okay. So it was a joke. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Well, it seems Titanoboa was truly a product of its environment, specifically of the climate that it lived in. It's only been in the past few years that we've put together the many pieces of this puzzling creature, but it turns out that the greatest snake that the world ever saw was made possible by a warming planet. The story of Titanoboa's discovery begins in the early 2000s, when a geology student on a field trip found several fossil leaves at a site called Sarahone, a large coal mine in Colombia near the border with Venezuela. And those fossil leads were so fascinating that they attracted researchers who ended up leading a series of expeditions that lasted more than a decade.
Very
On those
cool.
digs, scientists found a treasure trove of plant fossils, including things like early beans, bananas, and chocolate plants, relatives of the plants that still live in South America today.
Very
the fossils
nice.
of Setahone provided us with a snapshot of a world that no longer exists, the earliest recorded neotropical rainforest, dating back 58 million to 60 million years ago. And
Very nice. SB says we just have to warm the planet again and wait for big snakes. I mean, we're already doing that at a really frightening pace. So you probably will start to see snakes get larger. At least, I don't know. We'll see. In the short term, snakes might actually get smaller and many species might actually go extinct. Because as climates change, ecosystems can collapse. We might actually see snakes die out in certain areas. Yeah.
And during one of these expeditions, another kind of fossil was found that raised a lot of questions. Not from a plant, but an animal. It was a strange-looking vertebra, one that resembled the same bone from an anaconda, but way bigger. This single bone would turn out to be the first evidence of a truly massive snake.
This does not look like one of the... I wonder if this is an axis vertebra or something. I'm not super familiar with snake vertebrae, but this doesn't look like a typical snake vertebra to me that you would see in the... And snakes, I'm surely you still have cervical, dorsal, and caudal vertebrae. Neck, back, and tail vertebrae, respectively. But I don't know, this doesn't really look like what I expect one of those to look like. I think this might be one of those special ones in between the neck and the head. What we call the axis and the atlas vertebra.
In time, researchers would collect over
It's a dorsal? Is that right, Patrick Crusader?
Ribs, vertebrae, and even parts of the skull, representing 28 individual snakes of this species. And those vertebrae can tell you a lot about a snake, because if snakes have anything, it's a lot of backbone. And scientists could tell from the pattern of features on these vertebrae, like the position of certain holes and ridges, that it belonged to a member of the family known as Boidae, which includes all of the boas. Now, there aren't many fossils of boas older than Titanoboa, which is about 59 million years old. But based on what we know about their evolutionary relationships with other reptiles, we think that snakes of...
Wait, hang on, what was that?
Boas. Now, there aren't many fossils of boas older than Titanoboa.
Oh, there aren't many. Okay. I thought I heard there aren't any. Like, so Titanoboa would be both the largest and the first. But no, that's not the case.
Which is about 59 million years old. But based on what we know about their evolutionary relationships with other reptiles, we think that snakes evolved from a four-limbed ancestor sometime before the Middle Jurassic period, 167 million years ago. But some of the earliest fossils that we'd call snakes based on their skulls probably still had limbs. So figuring out what counts as an early snake is complicated.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
Baby's first puke. Thank you for the follow. How cute. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And yeah, we do have several fossils of little sneaky guys that still have got little limbs on them before they'd lost those limbs entirely. Snakes evolved from earlier lizards. And it's cool that we actually have those transitional forms in the fossil record. Snakes that still add legs. But yeah.
And in fact, living boas, as well as pythons, actually have vestigial hind limbs called spurs. Evolutionary relics of this tetrapod ancestor.
Pretty cool.
We don't know if Titanoboa had spurs, but given that all of its living relatives do, it's possible. But still, living boids never get anywhere near as big as Titanoboa. Based on the dimensions of its vertebrae, as well as on the sizes of living boa species, experts estimate that it reached lengths just under 13 meters. That's as long as the largest T-Rex. Now, by comparison, the longest snake around today, the reticulated python, is usually around 7 meters, with some outliers stretching out as much as 9 meters.
That's actually still pretty crazy. That we have got modern snakes that are that big. That's pretty extraordinary right there. Reticulated pythons, pretty neat, but not nearly as robust, you would say, as Titanoboa. Even if they are 2/3 the length, they're significantly less massive, which is pretty cool. Anacondas are shorter than reticulated pythons, Saranlan. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny, this, I don't know how big the titular anaconda from the film Anaconda is supposed to be, but it's probably about this size, which is like way bigger than... Doesn't that swallow people whole in that movie? Like, alive? Yeah, it might even be bigger than Titanoboa in that, which is nuts. But anyway, yeah. And Golganek says it would be just as funny when Titanoboa got hiccups as it is when it happens to extant large constrictors. Does that happen? Boa constrictor hiccups? Snake hiccups.
Watch closely. Snake has hiccups.
I never ever want to see one of them in the wild. Wow.
Yeah, I heard that.
Is it actually hiccups?
He's got the hiccups.
Or is it something else? That is interesting. That's very interesting. Huh. Scare it, says Reanimated Bit. No, it needs to hold its breath or stand on its head and drink a glass of water. Yeah. Anywho. Pretty interesting. Anyway, let's get back to Titanoboa here.
On its length, researchers have also been able to estimate the mass of Titanoboa, and it likely tipped the scales at around 1,100.
Snakes do not have diaphragms, I don't think, Fellaheen, no.
The same as a bull bison or an adult male giraffe. So
Holy cow.
Not exactly a lightweight. Titanoboa was not just the largest snake species ever known. It was also the largest non-marine vertebrate in its day. But this giant reptile was not alone in that Colombian rainforest.
Nope, lived alongside crocodilians, too.
The Cerrejón Formation revealed many more species of epic proportions.
Big old turtles,
they
too.
unearthed a 6-meter-long crocodile-like reptile called Acranthosuchus, and a turtle, Quentemes, that had a carapace some 1.5 meters across. So this left many experts wondering, how exactly did all these creatures reach such monstrous sizes? Well, the first thing to note is that the Cerrejón Formation dates back to just a few million years after the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event that wiped out all of the non-avian dinosaurs and many other megafauna. And that left an open niche for large predators. But probably the more important factor is that all of these giant animals at Cerrejón were reptiles. And most reptiles, of course, are cold-blooded, so their body temperatures vary depending on the ambient temperature of their environment. As a result, their metabolisms change with the temperature too. They speed up when temps are higher and slow down in colder environments. That means that temperature has a huge effect on cold-blooded reptiles. So while you might think that metabolism is just how fast an organism burns calories, it actually includes all of the chemical processes that keep an organism alive.
Gotcha,
And
Patrick
for a reptile,
Crusader. Okay.
When it's warmer, all those chemical reactions are going faster, so it can do things like grow faster, assuming it's got enough food. So even though bigger animals typically have slower metabolisms, this effect of high temps on reptiles is so strong that it can allow a creature like Titanoboa to reach its terrific proportions. Now, how hot of a climate did this snake live in exactly?
Well, it's in the PETM.
temperatures of long-gone
Yeah.
ecosystems can be
Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum.
reptiles like Titanoboa, based on what we know about the relationship between temperature and body size in modern cold-blooded animals. This method shows that Titanoboa would have needed an average temperature of about 30 to 34 degrees Celsius to survive. Now, some researchers argue that this would have been so hot that the snake would actually have overheated. But other methods have been used to study the ancient climate, like analyzing marine core samples and the ratios of carbon isotopes in fossil leaves. And these methods show that the temperature was above 25 degrees Celsius, and maybe as high as 31 degrees. So either way, it was warmer then than in today's average rainforest. And in a lush environment with such steamy temperatures, Titanoboa had plenty of dining options. But when paleontologists studied the skull morphology of this giant snake,
Jack's Facts.
Jack's Facts and their 6 raiders wanna know what it's like.
Welcome, Jack's Facts. Back to Paleontologizing. How you doing? It's great to have you here. We talking about snakes right now. Particular group of squamate reptiles. Jack's Facts, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And David994, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Good stuff. Charlie's Dragon says, I held a Burmese python once. I got a bit nervous when it wrapped its lower body around my thigh, although I knew it was for the heat. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe for stability, too. They don't want to fall down. Yeah. Do we have any evidence of ancient legless lizards? I bet you we do, Reanimated Bit, but I'm not totally positive. I don't know if we have any evidence of non-snake legless lizards. As we all know, legless lizards have evolved like a dozen times, and snakes are only one of those times. Snakes are the most successful group of legless lizards, but we've got multiple times. So yeah. Shoot, if we just go to Wikipedia and type in legless lizard, a common name for a lizard without obvious legs. There we go. Yeah, this is a slow worm, which is neither a worm nor is it slow. It's actually a lizard, not a snake. Yeah. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different times, at least. So 8 plus snakes. At least 8 times legless lizards have evolved. Pretty neat. And it has eyelids and ear holes. This is true. Yeah. This is a really important distinction, actually. We talk about this every once in a while. It'll come up here on this channel. But this is important to talk about. You might be looking at this and going, well, shoot. You're telling me that's not a snake, Danny? Look at it. It's a snake. It's a long, scaly animal. And it doesn't have any legs. That has to be a snake. What are you talking about? It's a snake. No, this is not a snake. This is a legless lizard. And that's because the way that we classify living things in science, it's not necessarily based on like, oh, this looks similar to this or something like that. What we're actually trying to get to when we're classifying living things is who they're actually related to. What their ancestors were. And we basically build a family tree based on ancestry. That's how we classify living things. So snakes are one particular branch on the family tree. There was one group of lizards that evolved to lose their legs, and they evolved into modern snakes. So in order to be a snake, you had to have evolved from that ancestor. That's how it works. Phylogenetics. It's, yeah. Explaining phylogeny. Can I find a real quick video about this? Maybe not. Looking for a short one to help explain. Phylogenetic trees. Yeah, it's tricky. Phylogeny and the Tree of Life. These videos are too long. Anyway, let's just talk about snakes versus legless lizards. Yeah. Let's see. What is a legless lizard? Wait, legless lizard versus snake. Or why legless lizards are not snakes. Let's take a look at this. And here, speak up.
Why are legless lizards considered lizards and not snakes? They don't have any feet. Well, today we're going to teach you why.
There we go. This is what we want. And Terry is my name. Oh, hey, welcome, welcome. You're exactly who I want to talk to, Terry. Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, I just heard about keeled lizards for the first time last week, and I'm still not convinced it isn't a snake, or legless lizards. Yeah. Well, hopefully this will help explain that.
First, let's start with the external or visual differences. Legless lizards, like most lizards, have eyelids, and therefore they can blink.
Yep.
Snakes, on the other hand, do not have eyelids. Instead, they have what's called a spectacle, or an eye cap, that protects their eye instead. Next,
Yep. It's like a clear eyelid, basically, or like goggles that they always have on. So, it's not, oh, well, it blinks, so it has to be a lizard. That's not why it's a legless lizard and not a snake. All of this terminology gets a little bit confusing, but what you have to understand is that it's based on phylogeny. It's based on a family tree. So let's pull up our tree of life real quick. Here we go. Let's go to snakes. Serpentes. Yeah. So it's all about the eyes. That's part of it. The eyes are a clue. That's the thing, is it's not like, oh, well, snakes can't have movable eyelids. Maybe at some point in the future, snakes will evolve movable eyelids. I don't know. That doesn't mean they won't be snakes anymore. What makes them snakes is what they evolved from, their place on the tree. So snakes are right here. Forgive my really wonky scroll wheel. There we go. Serpentes, 3,878 living species. Yeah, so they are one group of lizards, and if we... here... there we go. These clades don't have names on here. Episquamata, there we go. This is a group of lizards. See how snakes are part of that? Greater whip snake there. So snakes are lizards. They evolved from lizards, so they are lizards. And there have been different groups of lizards that have evolved to have no legs anymore. Multiple times. Shoot, there are like 9 different, maybe 10 or 12 different groups of lizards that have evolved to no longer have any legs. And snakes are only the most successful one of those instances. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the Tree of Life is Danny's greatest weapon, says Trappy Jenkins. I try and make use of it. It's a very useful tool. Yeah. So let's go back to the beginning here.
Why are legless lizards considered lizards and not snakes? They don't have any feet. Well, today we're going to teach you why.
Yeah. So she's going to have, as a, like, modern biologist or somebody who works on living animals, she might have a slightly different approach to mine for explaining this concept. But it's like, in the real world, when you're practically looking at an animal, if you see a snaky-looking thing on the ground, how can you tell if it's a legless lizard or a snake? She's going to show you some tips and tricks for that. Mama Bonbon.
Ontogeny.
I love
Thank you. I love snakes too. Thank you for the 29 months of support. I also love that support. Thank you, Mama Bonbon. I appreciate you for keeping me online for the past 29 months. Holy cow. Good stuff.
First, let's start with the external or visual differences. Legless lizards, like most lizards, have eyelids, and therefore they can blink.
Yep.
Snakes, on the
So snakes, in their ancestry, when they split off from lizards, because snakes are a kind of lizard, this is a trait that they got pretty early on. Their eyelids can't move anymore. Snakes cannot blink. They can't. Their eyelids don't move.
On the other hand, do not have eyelids. Instead, they have what's called a spectacle, or an eye cap, that protects their eye instead. Next, most lizards, including legless lizards, have external ears in the form of little holes on the side of their head. Snakes do not
Oop, and you see that right there? There you go. Yeah.
have external ears in the form of little holes on the side of their head. Snakes do not have external ears. Their ears are hidden underneath their scaly skin, so we think the world to a snake just sounds a bit more muffled compared to ours.
Yep, so snakes will actually hear by... They sense vibrations in the ground through their lower jawbone. That's how they hear. And they could probably pick up some sounds from the ambient air as well, but it's mostly stuff, you know, on the ground, since most of the time they're on the ground or they're on a substrate or something like that, you know? So yeah. And see, Ref Matty Art? This guy does have a little lizard head, right? Yeah. Anyway, the head of that legless lizard looks very much like a lizard. It does, Caravan, because it is. Yeah. This is a non-snake legless lizard. Does that make sense? Yeah. The head is very obviously lizardy. I agree, Rough Matty Art. Yeah. And the ear thing is, man, I can tell you a story, actually. Shoot, let me see if I can find that track. Here we go. So back when I was a kid, maybe like 10 years old, I, of course, was really into reptiles. Not just extinct dinosaurs, but, you know, well, modern dinosaurs, birds too, but also lizards and snakes and turtles, tuataras, really interested in them. And I got a set of books for Christmas one year. It was the first 4 Harry Potter books. And I tore through the first one. I'm like, yeah, this isn't bad. It's a quick read. I'm enjoying this. I got through the second book. Like, I'm enjoying this too. Until toward the end of the second book, the big villain at the end is a giant snake that Harry Potter has to fight. And he's not very kind to this snake. And he pokes out its eyes with a sword. And of course, this typical, like, reptile in media where it's just this bloodthirsty killer and, like, of course it's the... Reptiles get such a bad rap. And I was already mad at that. I'm like, I'm not enjoying this at all right now. But I guess I'll keep going. And then Harry pokes out both of its eyes with a sword. And then the author talks about how it's listening for him with its ears. And I read that and just clapped the book closed. Never finished it. I'm like, I'm through with this. Dog water. And I never read any of the rest of them. It irked me that much. So anyway. Yeah. Oh, somebody else clawed out its eyes? Well, okay. Anyway, I was not happy about that at the time. And I just kind of realized too, like, yeah, this series isn't really for me. I kind of moved to, like, exclusively nonfiction after that for a good while. But yeah. Anyway, a magic dinosaur did it. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, anyway. Let's get back to our, well, you know who does actually have ears is legless lizards. Snakes do not have ears. Legless lizards do.
Snakes do not have external ears. Their ears are hidden underneath their scaly skin, so we think the world to a snake just sounds a bit more muffled compared to ours. Third, most lizards have a non-forked tongue, or they kind of have nodules at the end of their tongue, but it's definitely not forked like a snake's. Some people might describe it as a fleshy tongue. If you look at a snake's tongue, however, their tongue is very much forked, and there are some lizards that have a forked tongue as well, like monitors, but snakes, there isn't a single snake that has a fleshy tongue. So the fleshy tongue is a characteristic of just a lizard and not a snake. Next, legless lizards, just like other lizards, have a much longer tail than snakes do. A legless lizard's tail, actually, is about half of the length of its body. For example, this one's tail starts right here. The tail begins actually where the vent, or the cloaca, is, and the rest is all tail. Snakes, on the other hand, have a tail that starts much lower along their
Oh, interesting.
The snake's tail begins right here where her cloaca, or vent, is, but look at how much little is left of her body. This is just the tail of a snake, which is considerably shorter than a lizard's tail in proportion.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Legless lizards, like many other lizards, can purposely drop their tail and regrow it or regenerate it. Granted, their new or regenerated tail doesn't look as nice as the original one does, but they still have the ability to regrow it. Snakes, on the other hand, cannot regrow their
I didn't know that.
They cannot drop them on command. They can be missing their tail if a predator bites it off, but they cannot regrow it afterwards.
And do lizards have Jacobson's organs? I think monitor lizards do. I think varanids do, Little Pink Pony, but I don't think other lizards do. But I'm not totally sure.
Another difference you can see on the outside of these animals is actually their scale structure. Lizards have uniformly shaped scales all around their body. You can see here on this legless lizard that the scales on her back or dorsal side are the same shape and size as the scales on her ventral or belly side. But if you look at a snake's scales, they have small, still uniformly shaped scales all along their dorsal side, but then when you look at their bellies, their scales are an entirely different shape altogether. And that's to help protect their bellies as they slither around, but it is...
So a big part of this is going to be that snakes have been at it for a lot longer than those legless lizards. Like that might be a glass lizard that she was showing earlier. That particular kind of legless lizard. Anyway, snakes had a big head start in evolution. They diverged from the rest of Squamata like 160 million years ago or longer ago. So yeah. Does that make sense? Legless lizards have got a lot of catching up to do to have a lot of these cool features, like those belly scales there that she was talking about. Yeah. And Saranlin says, with the similarities to monitors, does that imply that monitors and snakes have a close, common ancestor? Saranlin, I'm so glad you asked. Well, let's take a look. Let's go back to snakes here. Right there. And then, let's see, genus Varanus, varanid lizards, monitor lizards. There we go, they're right there. So monitor lizards, Varanoidea, are pretty darn close to snakes. Yeah. See? Yeah. Pretty neat. I think we're still kind of figuring this out. There's also mosasaurs that should be in here too, but this tree only really shows modern animals. It doesn't really show extinct clades. But, anyway. Yeah. We're still trying to figure out exactly where... When I say we, I guess I mean paleontologists who study squamates, who study fossil lizards. They're trying to figure out where exactly snakes come from on the lizard family tree and where mosasaurs come from. There's an idea that mosasaurs and snakes are really close to each other, that maybe one mosasaur evolved into modern snakes. That's where snakes come from a mosasaur. But I think that idea has kind of fallen out of favor. At any rate, mosasaurs and varanid lizards are very close to each other, and snakes are right there too. They're pretty close also. Yeah. And Krolixzoo says, I was drawn in by an emote. Finally a paleontology stream. Yeah, Krolixzoo, welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot, it's good to have you here. You interested in paleo yourself? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them, I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of our broadcasts from this past summer, digging in the early Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah, digging up at least one new species of dinosaur there, and the late Cretaceous Almond Formation of Wyoming, at least 2 new species of dinosaur we were excavating this summer there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Welcome, Krolixzoo. Welcome. Anywho, let's get back to our legless lizards versus snakes.
Entirely different shape altogether. And that's to help protect their bellies as they slither around, but it is another difference between snakes and lizards. Just feeling these two animals at the same time, they feel incredibly different. Snakes, in my opinion, are a lot softer and smoother than lizards, especially legless lizards, because these feel like just an armorous plate. They are definitely heavily protected by these very thick scales all around their body. But another fun fact about legless lizard tails, since we're on the subject, is the length of a legless lizard's tail depends on the habitat in which it lives. Species of legless lizards that are more fossorial or living underground typically have shorter tails than species that live on the surface of the ground. Why is that? Well, being fossorial, their tail would kind of get in the way if it was pretty long, so they have a shorter tail just for navigational purposes, whereas terrestrial species Having a longer tail reduces the chance of a predator grabbing onto a more vital part of the animal's body. It's more likely just to grab on part of their tail. For example, this Chaltopusic's tail starts way up here, and the rest of her tail, or the rest of her body, is just all tail. That means that all of her vital organs are stored in this front half of her body, and that gives her a 50-50 chance on if a predator grabs onto her, it's gonna grab 50-50 on her tail versus her body. So more land-dwelling species, this is kind of a fossorial species, but a more land-dwelling species would have a much longer tail even in proportion to its vital organed part of its body.
Very cool. Kralixu says, I'm not a paleontologist. I wish, though. Not many fossils found here. Where is that, Kralixu? Besides some aquatic ones on some islands, so not a viable career here. I mean, you could be a paleontologist just about anywhere. Not all paleontologists necessarily go out to the field to dig up fossils. That can make things easier, certainly. But, yeah, you could be a paleontologist who mostly works in the literature. Or Norway. Oh, very nice. Well, shoot, you certainly have advantages that I don't have. Like free healthcare and a functioning government. We don't have that here in the U.S. Yeah. So lucky you. That's brilliant. Yeah. But there are some Norwegian paleontologists for sure. You don't have many dinosaur fossils though. That is for certain. I think there's only ever been one dinosaur fossil found in Norway, and that was found in a core sample. So like drilling way down into maybe ocean bottom rocks or something. It was a bit of Plateosaurus. So yeah. But cool stuff. Yeah. Plateosaurus, by the way, I've got a 3D printed Plateosaurus right here. Let me grab that. Here we go. I haven't painted it yet, but this is our Plateosaurus skull right here. This is an early sauropodomorph dinosaur. Yeah. And this, I think, is the only dinosaur that you have from Norway, is Plateosaurus.
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Terry is my name. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Plateosaurus. Ghostly Ghoul? Ghostly Ghoul, thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Ghostly Ghoul. Tell me about your stream. Yeah, here we go. From the Plateosaurus article. Good old Wikipedia. Plateosaurus. Lovely animal. Very, I think, underappreciated dinosaur. Yeah. In 1997, workers on an oil platform of the Snorre oil field, located on the northern end of the North Sea within the Lunda Formation, were drilling through sandstone for oil exploration when they stumbled on a fossil they believed to be plant material. The drill core containing the fossil was extracted from 2,256 meters below the seafloor. Paleontologists Martin Sander and Nicole Klein of the University of Bonn in Germany analyzed the bone microstructure and concluded that the rock preserved fibrous bone tissue from a fragment of a limb bone belonging to Plateosaurus, making it the first dinosaur found in Norway. Material referred to Plateosaurus has also been found in the Fleming Fjord Formation of East Greenland, but they're given a new genus name, Isi, in 2021. Yeah. So you do have at least one dinosaur from Norway there. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And Mikey likes... Very, very nice. I got the COVID vaccine and the flu shot, last Friday? Or the Friday before? Last Friday. Yeah. Prazo says, there are no snakes in Ireland. The myth that St. Patrick rid the country of them. What do you think it was? The Ice Age in isolation? Yes, Frazo. In fact, we talked all about that back in March. I can show you that stream. I think we have that one on the YouTube page, do we not? Let's see here. Snakes. Yeah, 17th of March, 2023. The St. Paddy's Day Biogeography Special. St. Patrick never drove any snakes out of Ireland. I talked all about that in, Anyway, the point of me showing you this right here is, well, A, it's cool. And I hope you also think this is cool. But B, this helps explain why we've got dinosaurs on all 7 continents. We've even found dinosaur fossils in Antarctica. Let's get to the snakes, though. Snakes. It's talking about...
Ice ages, the islands in the shallow
There we go.
between the Asian and Australian-like islands was much deeper. Scientists already knew that the ice ages were to
Oh, man, Patrick. And... America... Where is our... Where's the St. Patrick's part? Not to scale, obviously. But we've got North America up here and South America down here. Again.
Of glass lizard may be more than 4 feet long from the nose.
Oh, this is when we were last talking about snakes versus legless lizards. Anyway, here's a link to this video right here. Take a look. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Back to our snakes versus legless lizards.
The last external difference between legless lizards and snakes is what you may have already noticed watching this video, this interesting line that runs down her body.
Yeah, that lateral line.
Lateral line, and it allows the animal to expand its body once it eats a large meal, or if it's a female that is gravid and therefore full of eggs. Just think of it like a suitcase. You know, when you have a suitcase and it's so full of clothes, you just can't fit any more in, but then there's that handy zipper that you can unzip and expand the suitcase out, and it gives you a lot more space inside. That's essentially the same purpose that this lateral line provides to the legless lizard. To compare, as you can see here, there is no lateral line on this super dwarf retic. You can see some striations, some
Super
long
dwarf articulated python, cool.
Kinda, that's really just her musculature. There isn't a definitive line like you see in some species of lizards like legless lizards, and some skinks have it too. The reason why snakes don't need a lateral line for body expansion is because they have much stretchier skin than lizards do, and their rib bones aren't fused in the middle. A snake's rib bones are just disconnected. They don't fuse in the middle, and they can therefore spread them apart or squeeze them together to get through tight spaces. That covers all of the external differences between legless lizards and snakes, so now let's talk about the internal differences. Those differences that you can't see on the outside. But first, let's take a quick break here to introduce the animals that we're using in today's video.
Oh, you have a good dinner, Ghostly Ghoul. Thanks for being here.
That we've had for a very long time, actually. She's a fantastic eater. She has a wonderful personality. She's just a terrific legless lizard. We've had her longer than any of the others, actually. Yeah, you're much nicer than Lieutenant Dan, aren't you? Yeah, Lieutenant Dan is not a nice legless lizard, so he doesn't get used in videos.
That was good.
This is the super dwarf reticulated python that we were gifted by Garrett from Reach Out Reptiles.
Diane.
We still need a name for her. We haven't decided on the right name for her yet, but she's a beautiful little girl, and we look forward to introducing her into educational programs soon. So this is kind of her practice to get being used in education. Now let's talk about those internal differences, or the differences between these two types of reptiles that you cannot see from the outside. First and foremost, their jaws are different. A legless lizard's jaw, just like all lizards' jaws, is one solid piece just like ours. Take your finger and run it along your jaw all the way across.
Our symphysis is fused between our dennary bones.
A snake's jawbone, however, is split down the middle. They have two separated sides to their jaw, so they have essentially two jawbones, and that allows them to...
And this is true of dinosaurs as well. Dinosaurs had that also, and I can show you that real quick with our Allosaurus skull. Let me go grab that. Here we are. Here's our life-size Allosaurus skull here. Take a look at those lower jaws. Right here, you can see where they join right there. So this would be kind of... There would be soft tissue connecting these in life, so it can actually flex. These can still be stuck together, but there's some... They can expand a little bit. Right there. Yeah. Hey, this is one of my favorite 3D prints. Our life-size Allosaurus skull. Pretty nifty, right? Yeah. I was very excited to be able to print this. Very exciting. Ah, the wonders that we have here in my office now. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Where your co-host had got to. Yeah, Saranlin. I'm trying to move things in and out of here a little bit more often. Shake things up a little bit. Yeah. Let's continue.
To spread each side apart and wrap it around their prey. Sometimes when you're watching a snake eat, you can actually see their jaws move back and forth, or the two halves of their jaw move back and forth to quote-unquote walk along their prey. This helps them swallow large prey items whole. And there's actually a second difference that involves their jaws. Feel your jawbone right here, where it connects to your skull. Our jawbone connects directly to our skull, just like a lizard's does. But a snake's jaw actually has an
Kind of a floating joint,
bone
almost.
called the quadrate bone that connects their jawbone to their skull. This allows them to essentially fold out their jaw wider than we can and wider than lizards can, and helps them again swallow large prey items. However,
Pretty cool.
contrary to popular belief, they don't technically dislocate their jaw. They just have an extra bone to help them open really wide. Another difference is their tooth shape. Lizards, including legless lizards, have cone-shaped teeth, and that helps them take bites out of their food, whether it's bites out of meat if they're a carnivore, or bites out of leaves if they're an herbivore. Snakes' teeth are curved backwards, and they're kind of fang-shaped, even if they are not venomous. Their teeth are curved backwards like little hooks to help the prey go down in one direction, and that also allows them to reach forward with their lips and kind of hook their hook-shaped teeth onto their prey and pull it back further and further down their throat. The next internal difference between lizards and snakes would be that
David Peterson.
David
Yeah.
28 raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
Poultry in motion. David Peterson, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Holy cow. I hope you had a wonderful stream, David Peterson. Here, let's get a more upbeat song than this. There we go. That's better. Anyway, if any of you are not yet following David Peterson, creator of the graphic novel series Mouse Guard, go do that right now. Do yourself a favor. David Peterson, thank you again for bringing in your community here. And welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Shoot, I kind of feel like we should put that big Allosaurus skull right here. I don't want to like tease everybody and only show you it for a minute. Let me go get that, and we'll get some lighting on it too. Kind of running out of space here in my office, but here, let's clear out some space here. These books out of the way. Journal articles. And let's get that Allosaurus skull, because I don't know if you've seen that yet. Have you, David Peterson? There we go. Yeah, nice. Okay, and let's get those lights on. And why don't we change those lights' colors? That looks cool. That's pretty good there. That's pretty good there. Yeah. Anyway, life-size Allosaurus skull that I 3D printed a while back. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Better than a pumpkin for this month, right, Yogurt Garrel? Yeah. Yeah. I'll be printing some other skulls. In fact, I'm printing another skull right now, a Dimetrodon skull. And that should be done before too long, I hope. Nice. Yeah. Necromancer's glow. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about the difference between snakes and legless lizards, which are two different groups of animals. Here we go.
Ton of research online actually on how many rib bones each species has, but what I could tell online is that most normal shaped lizards, not legless lizards, have around 10 to 13 rib bones on each side. Legless lizards, based on the skeletons that I was studying, seem to have closer to 50 to 60 rib bones on each side, so 100 to 120 rib bones total. But snakes, who have very long bodies with very short tails, which that means this is the only part that doesn't have rib bones, it's just vertebrae, these guys have anywhere from 200 to 400 rib bones down each side. So total, depending on the species of the snake, with pythons having what seems to be the most, they have between 400 and 800 rib bones altogether.
Pretty cool. Anyway, the whole reason that we're talking about snakes and legless lizards was, well, shoot, it's because of Titanoboa here. We've jumped from one video to another. Let's get back into this here.
Organism burns calories. It actually includes all of the chemical processes that keep an organism alive. And for a reptile, when it's warmer, all those chemical reactions are going faster, so it can do things like grow faster, assuming it's got enough food. So even though bigger animals typically have slower...
So this is a critter, Titanoboa, for those of you who just waltzed in here. Titanoboa was a truly enormous snake. Like 13 meters long. It ate crocodiles. Here it is compared to some people. There's a model created by the Smithsonian Channel. And, there we go.
A lost world of giants, 60 million years old.
Much larger than an anaconda.
Monarch.
Kralixu, much larger.
So for the last 2 years, the Smithsonian Institution and the Smithsonian Channel, the University of Florida with the Florida Museum of Natural History.
So Jason Head, I used to work with him when I was in high school at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. I think he was a master's student at the time, or was he a PhD student? I don't remember. But anyway, he was always really cool. I like Jason a lot.
And now the Nebraska State Museum, with myself, have been working on a television program about Titanoboa and about the environments that it lived in.
Sliding into the water, it is coming home.
And so we have been filming in Florida, we've been filming in Canada, we've been filming in
Where was that clip? Was it here?
About what Titanoboa means for its environment, its climate, and also how we make inferences about the biology of the animal, how big it got, what it ate, how it lived. Really the important thing about the discovery of Titanoboa is not that just it's this amazingly big snake and that it's very cool that snakes can get that big. It's
no, it's more than that.
About the world.
Yeah.
Jason Head.
So anyway, what does it tell us about the world? Let's get back into it.
For metabolisms, this effect of high temps on reptiles is so strong that it can allow a creature like Titanoboa to reach its terrific proportions. Now, how hot of a
So
climate
the Earth
can
was
this
warmer
snake
back
live
then.
in exactly?
Yeah.
Well, the temperatures of long-gone ecosystems can be estimated using fossils of reptiles like Titanoboa based on what we know about the relationship between temperature and body size in modern cold-blooded animals. This method shows that Titanoboa would have needed an average temperature of about 30 to 34 degrees Celsius to survive. Now, some researchers argue that this would have been so hot that the snake would actually have overheated. But other methods have been used to study the ancient climate, like analyzing marine core samples and the ratios of carbon isotopes in fossil leaves. And these methods showed that the temperature was above 25 degrees Celsius, and maybe as high as 31 degrees. So either way, it was warmer then than in today's average rainforest. And in a lush environment with such steamy temperatures, Titanoboa had plenty of dining options. But when paleontologists studied the skull morphology of this giant snake, they were a little surprised by what they learned about its diet. In most snakes, the teeth are firmly fused to the jaws by a bone-like tissue. But Titanoboa's teeth were only weakly attached to its jaws. It also had a lot of teeth compared to other boids. And these traits have been observed today in snakes that specialize in eating fish, like the brown water snake and the banded sea crate. These features suggest that Titanoboa was the first known fish-eating boa, living or extinct. And I guess it also means it would be of no help getting those mice out of my attic. The world's biggest snake thrived for a couple million years.
Way too big for your attic, dude.
Epoch. Its giant lifestyle made possible by the extreme climate at the time. But as with all things, it was not meant to last. Titanoboa lived just a few million years before global temperatures spiked even higher in an event known as the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, which we've talked about before. Around 56 million years ago, the atmosphere contained massive amounts of carbon dioxide that raised the global temperatures by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. And this
We are quickly headed in the same direction right now because of human activity, and that's really, really scary because it massively changes the Earth's climate and a lot of things die.
period of global warming lasted for about 200,000 years. But after that, things cooled back down a lot. Around 49 million years ago, the climate began to cool, eventually leading to the formation of the Antarctic ice sheet. And while we don't know exactly why or when Titanoboa went extinct, it probably would have needed an average temperature of 30 or 31 degrees Celsius to maintain its massive size. In the end, we're all products of our environments, shaped by the worlds we live in. In the case of Titanoboa, our freakishly hot climate created an environment that fostered the biggest snake that ever lived. But only for a couple million years, the blink of an eye in geologic time. So let it serve as a reminder that even the biggest creatures around are no match for a changing planet.
And there you go. Very cool. Titanoboa. Neat, neat animal. Yeah. Cool stuff. Kind of makes me wonder if Jason would ever be amenable to an interview on this channel. We are going to start doing more interviews with more scientists. We're going to be interviewing Balint from Science Streams next Tuesday. So tune in for that. That's going to be a ton of fun, and it's going to be kind of a practice round. Balint, of course, streams here on Twitch. He's fantastic. Yeah, really excited to meet him at TwitchCon. We're both going to be kind of co-hosting a panel of scientists and science educators. Panel discussion live on Twitch. It's kind of going to be a little bit like, let's see, TwitchCon panel. There we go. It's going to be a bit like this right here. Except scientists and science communicators. It's going to be a ton of fun. And, yeah, we'll be kind of talking about doing science on Twitch. And we're going to be answering viewer questions. It's going to be a lot of fun. And here is that page right there. It's going to be Volcano Doc, Science Streams, Moo Hoodles, Nerduino, and me. And Nicotine is going to be our panel moderator and MC. It's going to be a ton of fun. So if you're going to be at TwitchCon, make sure you're there. And if you can't make it to TwitchCon, it will be broadcast live. And hopefully soon I'll have more details on that, and I can give you a URL, and you can tune in live. It's going to be pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And you're excited? I'm excited too, Yogurt Garrel. It's going to be awesome. Yeah. Oh, you're going to be there, aren't you? You're a TwitchCon attendee. Yogurt Girl, I can't wait to meet you. That's going to be awesome. On your mom's birthday. Well, I'm sure it'll be on YouTube afterward too, Lenina. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. Anyway. Shoot, it's already after 5 right now. Our Dimetrodon, it's still going. But, yeah, on today's calendar, we've got Who Wants to Be a Millionaire / Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. I think it might be just about time to get into that. What do you think, chat? Let's go ahead and get into our semi-weekly review game. We will see if people have been paying attention over the past week's streams, if you've been able to watch, or if you already know a thing or two about paleontology. I think you'll do pretty well in this little review game. So without further ado, let's get started with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or rather, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Let's do it. Well, welcome to Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. This is going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoy it. Like I said, I'm going to be quizzing you on topics that we have discussed over the past 5 streams? 5 streams. This week on Paleontologizing. And I guess last Friday, too. Here's how it'll work. I will give you a question, which you will see on the screen. You may read the question on the screen. You will have 4 potential answers, marked A, B, C, and D. You will try and figure out what the answer is, and then type that letter into the chat. I will be trying to sense a consensus coming from chat. You're all in this together. This is a communal effort. And hopefully, you can get through the 10 questions and win the $1 million. So, now that you know how it works, let's get into it. Our first question is as follows. For $2,000 starting off, the question is, which is the only group of dinosaurs to have evolved to eat meat? We talked about this on Monday. Is the answer A, ornithischians, B, sauropods, C, theropods, or D, metosauruses? I'm seeing some D's. I'm seeing some C's. Blockman's Mustard says C. Pendrake says C. Quarry 3I says D. Dan the BC man says C. It's literally in the name, says Quarrel. Dimetrodon, says Dinosaur Dave. Oh no. What do you think, chat? A, B, C, or D? Seems like chat's kind of split between theropods and metosauruses.
Tradoon.
Kennedy says C. Amelia Bedelia says C. And hello, Nerduino. How are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Glad we were able to raid into you yesterday. I hope things are going well for you. Nerduino, again, we were just talking about the, we were just talking about the, scientists on Twitch panel. Right here.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Lenina, thank you for that spectacular gift sub to Nerduino. I appreciate you, Lenina. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Nerduino is one of our star panelists. So you'll get to meet him at TwitchCon also. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway, back to our question here. Which is the only group of dinosaurs to evolve to eat meat? Is it A, ornithischians, B, sauropods, C, theropods, or D, metosauruses? Looking forward to meeting you too in Vegas, Nerduino. It's gonna be great. Can't wait. Well, Nerduino is clearly D, or I am not a scientist. Yeah. Well, it seems like chat is gravitating towards C for theropods. Well, well, well. If that's the answer you want, is it your final answer? Oh, shoot.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's go for it, if that's the one you want, chat. And you are correct. It is theropods are the meat-eating dinosaurs. That's an easy one. We're just starting off here. But yes, theropods are the group of meat-eating dinosaurs, and they're also the group that includes birds. Birds evolved from earlier theropod dinosaurs. So birds are theropods. Yeah, somebody pull up the turkey command there. Yeah. Theropods are birds. Well, birds are theropods. Some theropods are birds, but only the bird theropods are birds. Amaleth, yeah. Anyway, Lenina and Claire both got that at the same time. That was impressive. Yeah, here's, we'll be talking about this a bunch in November, but this is an infographic that I put together that's printable. You can take this to your Thanksgiving dinner if you celebrate Thanksgiving. If you eat any kind of bird for whatever holiday, Boxing Day, maybe you eat budgies or something, or, I don't know, penguins on Remembrance Day or something like, I don't know. I don't eat birds at all, so you people who eat birds, print this out. Take it with you. And look at the skeleton of that animal. This is a turkey, but the same applies for a budgie or a penguin or an ostrich. Or even a goose. Well, a goose is actually the closest to a turkey out of all those. Anyway, turkey skeleton, velociraptor skeleton. These are both theropods. Theropods are the two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. Many of them had feathers. There you go. So chat, you got that right. $2,000 in your pocket right now. Let's get on to our next question. You ready? Come on, scroll wheel. Don't fail me now. There we go. You ready for the next one? Let's do it. Oh, come on. It's being annoying. Refresh. There we go. For $4,000, your question is, about how large was the Sputnik 1 satellite? Ooh, we talked about this on Wednesday. How large was Sputnik 1? Is the answer A, the size of a potato? B, the size of a beach ball? C, the size of an American football field? Or D, the size of a European football field? I'm seeing a lot of B's in chat so far. And yeah, a space question. We talked all about Sputnik on the anniversary of its launch, October 4th. We kind of used that as an opportunity to talk about science funding. And how science funding shot through the roof in the United States in the wake of Sputnik 1. And how that may have actually put American scientists in kind of a bad position later on. It was an interesting stream. Yeah. I'm actually going to be talking about this at a Society of Vertebrate Paleontology talk. Talking a little bit about that. That talk at the end of October. Anyway. Yeah. And people are saying B. Are we funding science again? Oh yeah, we did then. True. Yeah. That's because of Sputnik. Anyway. Beep, beep, beep. Exactly. Golganek. Oh, B for beep, beep, beep. The size of a beach ball. It seems like chat is agreeing with you, Golganek. Well. Is this your final answer, chat? The size of a beach ball for Sputnik 1? Well, let's go for it. And you are correct. Very nice. Like I usually like to do. Let me show you, rather than just telling you you're correct. Let me demonstrate that for you real quick. There we go. Beach ball size satellite. There you go. First frame. Yeah. Space is awesome. I agree. Earth is also pretty awesome too. It's where I do most of my science. But you got that right, chat. Very nicely done. Are you ready for the next question? Of course you are. Let's see if you can get it for $8,000 this time. They're going to get a little harder. For 8,000 bucks, 8,000 big ones. The phenomenon where unrelated organisms evolve similar structures because of similar lifestyles is called A, anagenesis, B, cladogenesis, C, convergent evolution, or D, divergent evolution. Told you they were going to get a little trickier. Well, what do you think, chat? What do you think? Sega Genesis? No, X-Man. Here you go, Dinosaur Dave. Dinosaur Dave is feeling froggy today. I can tell. Yeah. Let's see. I'm seeing a bunch of C's in chat. From Displacer, Jody Fish, Wind528, Krulix Zoo, Blue Red Metal. Seems like chat is, Golganek says C for convergent evolution. Well, I know we've talked about all 4 of these this week. All 4 of these are real things. But convergent evolution, when unrelated organisms evolve similar structures because of similar lifestyles? Well, let's try C for convergent evolution, if that's what you want, chat. Is this your final answer? $8,000. It's... money's gonna get big soon. Let's see. And of course, you are correct. Convergent evolution is indeed when you have different organisms with different starting points, they've got different ancestries, and yet they all evolve in a similar direction. They evolve similar morphologies to tackle similar problems. All four of these critters live or lived in water. Sharks, dolphins, penguins, and the now extinct ichthyosaurs. Vastly different ancestors, and yet they all evolved similar body plans. Pretty cool. As if designed, a very funny Spartan. They wouldn't be so different if they had been designed that way, you know? But yeah. Yeah. And Nerduino says, I did have someone tell me evolution couldn't be real because there are still apes the other day. Nerduino, that is like the classic joke. There's a, I don't know if you're on Twitter, but there's an account that you would really like on there called Take That, Darwin. Yeah. And here, if evolution is true, why are there still monkeys? Because they've adapted well to their ecological niche. Yeah. And he just basically, like, takes a bunch of retweets, creationist tweets and stuff and engages with them. It's really, really funny. The guy's hilarious. Check him out. I think you'll really like him. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Patrick Crusader. Yeah, they are named after the great auk, aren't they? Penguins? It's an interesting and sad story there. Yeah. Theory, I know people thought that, but to actually hear someone say it seriously was sort of shocking. I know, right, Nerduino? Yeah. Yeah. Science Stream says, do you think that helps SciComm or damages it in the long run? I think sometimes, Belent, you have to... Sometimes you have to laugh or you'll cry. And let's face it, most of the people there on Twitter who are like avid creationists they're usually there in a really mocking capacity in the first place, where they're like already saying like, oh, science is stupid, I don't like science, all these scientists are liars, blah blah blah, and so kind of giving them a little bit of a dose of their own medicine. I think that might work even better than, you know, killing them with kindness. You know? Even that phrase is too... Killing him with kindness. Ew. Anyway. But yeah, maybe we could talk about that a bit on stream. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm really looking forward to our interview on Tuesday. It's going to be great. Yeah. I like to believe people would listen, but perhaps you're right. I mean... That's the thing. Is that some people just aren't there to listen, and nothing will ever convince them. There are definitely people out there who are reachable, for certain. But sometimes certain people arrive at certain conclusions not based on any kind of logic or evidence, and so logic or evidence is not going to change their mind. But sometimes mockery does. I don't know. I've seen examples of that happen. But it's all in good fun. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Let's get back to our millionaire game. $16,000 next. You think you can get it, chat? I bet you can. Let's see. For $16,000. The famed Tully monster is the state fossil of which U.S. state? Ooh, we talked about this just yesterday, didn't we? Is the answer A, Ohio, B, Illinois, C, Indiana, or D, Michigan? What do you think, chat? No clue. I'm seeing some B's. I'm seeing some I's and L's. Those are not options, Kythefish. No, I'm kidding. Illinois, B. M33 says B. Thala says B. Blue Red Metal says B. Let's see. Jordy Fish thinks it's B. Amelia Bedelia says B. Well, if you're thinking it's B... Well. Let's go with that, I guess. Illinois for the Tully monster. Is that your final answer, chat? 16,000. That's more money than I have in my wallet. Holy cow. Let's go for it. And you are correct. Yes, indeed. Illinois is the correct answer. We just talked about this yesterday. The Tully monster is a really bizarre creature. Take a look.
There's nothing like it living today. The Tully monster would have been a soft-bodied animal, no hard parts. It had a proboscis or trunk like an elephant does, and at the end it would have been a claw-like.
Really weird.
With small little teeth. It had an eye bar and 2 eyes. It had what appears to be either a segmented body or possibly these are patterns of muscles on the body. And at the end,
We still don't know what this animal was. It's incredibly strange.
I've been trying to figure out exactly what animal this is related to, a living animal this is related to today. Some people think it might be a heteropod gastropod. These are clear, gelatinous, free-swimming snails that swim in the ocean today. They're sometimes called sea elephants. Other people have linked the Tully monster with worms or annelids. Others have thought maybe it's related to an extinct animal called a conodont, which resembles a hagfish or a lamprey that lives today. So no one's exactly sure what a Tully monster is. It's a little bit of a mystery.
Incredibly strange.
In 1958, Francis Tully, an amateur paleontologist and fossil collector, found a fossil that he had never seen before. He wanted to identify it, so he came to the Field Museum. Paleontologists here, including Dr. Eugene Richardson, looked at the fossil and had no idea what it was. It was a unique
We still don't know what it is. Yeah.
So in 1966, Dr. Richardson published a paper and for the first time described the Tully monster. He named it in honor of Francis Tully, Tully monstrum gregarium. And in 1989, the state of Illinois recognized the Tully monster as its official state fossil.
Yep. There you go. So if you live in the state of Illinois or have some sort of a tie to the state of Illinois, you should be proud to know that you've got such a cool and bizarre state fossil from that state. Really, really cool. The Tully monster. Really weird. Really weird. You ready for the next question? For 32,000? Of course you are. Let's do it. $32,000. Your question is, the modern coelacanth was discovered off the coast of South Africa in 1938. But where was the second modern species of coelacanth found? Is the answer A, Indonesia, B, the Seychelles, C, the Caribbean, or D, the Marshall Islands? What do you think, chat? What do you think? We were talking all about coelacanths this week and the last week too. Yeah. Look at all those awful places to have to go visit on work. Well, this is for ichthyologists or marine biologists, Nerduino. Yeah. Coelacanths are very cool. They're still around today, so they're not really fossil critters. They're still around today, in fact. Oh, shoot! Here's one right here! This is my 3D printed coelacanth. We just finished printing this yesterday. And it is a pretty awesome critter, the coelacanth. Long thought extinct. It had previously only been known from fossils. So it seemed to have been from an extinct group until a living one was caught in 1938. And it was a phenomenon. And, yeah. So we know there's a population living between Africa, Madagascar, Africa, and the Comoros Islands, too. So off the east coast of southern Africa. And then there's a second population with another species of these critters. Discovered in the 90s or early 2000s? But in which country? In which country? Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of A's in chat. Terry Taylor says A. Well. Shall we go ahead and go with A, Indonesia? Is that your final answer, chat? What do you think? I'll need verbal confirmation on this one. That it is your final answer. Yes? Okay, got some yeses. Well...
Hold on to your butts.
You are correct. It is Indonesia. Yes, indeed. Yes, yes, yes. Well, well, well. Was it... This is from 2003. Here we go.
Going in synchrony with one another. Very interesting characteristics, which again is one of very many characteristics that place it in that evolutionary line towards higher vertebrates.
Higher vertebrates. Tetrapods. That's us. This is how they swim. They're super cool.
Swims like a land animal walks. Does that too suggest it's our closest living relative among the fishes?
Kind of. Lungfishes are actually closer. But yeah. Here we go.
6,000 miles from the Comoros, on the other side of the Indian Ocean in Indonesia. The sudden discovery of a coelacanth would disrupt the lives of two young scientists. An echo of the events in South Africa some 60 years before.
Pretty cool.
Mark Erdman.
Here, I'm going to get some more ice because it's really hot in here. And all my ice melted.
A naturalist.
Be right back.
Just started a life together as husband and wife here in Indonesia when the coelacanth made its unexpected appearance. It all began in the local fish market when Mark and Arnaz, stepping out of a taxi, spotted a strange-looking fish on a fish cart.
I went over to the cart and I stared at this fish, thinking it was a grouper at first, but then the head was all wrong and everything was wrong about it. And then I called Mark over and our other two friends. They came and looked at it, and Mark, sort of in disbelief, said it was a coelacanth.
It just seemed really kind of incredulous that we could step out of a taxi in a city of over 500,000 people and see something that was really a big deal go wheeling by on a fish cart.
They took a photograph, but did not purchase the fish, thinking Indonesian coelacanths were already well known to science. But they soon learned the uniqueness of their sighting. No scientist had ever found a coelacanth, except near South Africa and the Comoros Islands.
Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
Arnaz quickly embarked on a quest to find a second specimen. Like J.L.B. Smith before them, they enlisted the aid of local fishermen. A new hunt was on for the elusive coelacanth.
Yeah.
As in the Comoros, this fish was known locally. Fishermen called it Raja Laut, King of the Sea.
Mark wanted to make sure that if one was captured again by these fishermen, that he would be able to get it. So he offered a very modest reward. I think it was perhaps double the market price, and it's not a good eating fish, so the market price couldn't have been very high. but it was enough to entice the fishermen to bring it to him when they caught it, and that's exactly what happened.
I don't know what that instrument is, Claire Burr.
Then, 10 months after the initial sighting, Mark and Arnaz had a visit.
And my boatman showed up, and he burst out, "Ana Rajulau, come quick, there's a coelacanth on the beach." We rushed down the stairs, Arnaz
Look,
grabbed the video
look.
camera, and we went down to see if this was indeed the fish.
Amazing. Look at it.
Like all of its predecessors, the creature soon found life at the surface impossible.
Oh.
But
it's about the size of my coelacanth.
Fish died. The couple took it out to deeper water to get photographs in a more natural setting. Arnaz even had a few moments to swim alongside.
Wow.
The fish had been caught several hours earlier, and it was really down to its final hour. During that time, you know, her fins were still moving, still flouncing, and then her dorsal fin would raise, and then once in a while she would take a big gulp of water. And she was extremely calm in her inevitable demise. I couldn't get over how beautiful her scales were. There were these, you know, these scales that were speckled with these gold flecks, and it was like a slow dance.
A beautiful animal.
Certainly sad to watch such a majestic beast die so slowly.
When DNA samples of the Indonesian coelacanth were sequenced, they suggested that this was a new species.
Yep.
And dissuaded scientists from the idea that the Indonesian fish was a stray. In fact, from the DNA analysis, it seems that the two populations were separated many millions of years ago. Once again, the mysterious fossil fish surprised scientists around the world.
Pretty cool. So there we go. Indonesia, you got that right, chat. And what a wonderful excuse to show such a cool clip there. $32,000. You think you can double it for $64,000? Don't get greedy, chat, but well, we might as well try, right? The goal is to get $1 million. Clap, let's go. Let's do it. Next question. For $64,000. Which group of plants is often the first to revegetate a landscape after a natural disaster like a forest fire, a volcanic eruption, etc.? Is the answer A, lichens, B, ferns, C, cycads, or D, spike mosses? What do you think, chat? I'm seeing some B's. Plockman's Mustard says B. Patrick Crusader says B. Biggie Giblet says B. Golganek says B for ferns. B sounds likely says nosed away. Wow. Well, chat, if you're so sure, we can just do B right now. In fact, let's do it. Is that your final answer, chat? Blue Red Metal says A. Not final answer, says Dan the BC man. Wind528 says, I've seen ferns literally grow out of the ashes after bushfires. Gamers Tavern Show says B, ferns final answer. Well, let's go ahead and try it. And you are correct. It is indeed B. Yes, in fact, this is really relevant to dinosaur paleontology as well. So, fern spike is a term that we have in paleontology. Fern spike is characterized by a suddenly higher abundance of fern spores following a disaster, generally accompanied by a decrease in other plant species as indicated by their pollen. Eventually, fern abundance will decrease, hence the term spike describing the pattern. So there's a whole Wikipedia article about it there if you'd like to learn about it. And Mikey Styles, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And here we go. I'm trying to find you that particular spot in this video. Is it here? Yeah. This is after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. When that asteroid hit, man, was it bad for both plants and animals.
But then, above the fungus, signs of renewal.
Following immediately on top of the fungal world, we see a spike in fern spores. And that shows a world blanketed in ferns that probably lasted a few thousand years.
Yeah.
Ferns are better able to germinate in denuded landscapes than other plants. They're often the first plants to reappear after forest fires and volcano eruptions.
Bingo. There you go. Good stuff. And we see that in the rocks immediately after the asteroid impact. And Spartan, what is this here? Very cool. Guild to explore why ferns flourished after asteroid strike that doomed the dinosaurs. Oh, very cool. Yeah, good stuff. See? This is pretty well known in dinosaur paleontology. And, yeah. If you know anything about the KPG extinction event, the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction, this is one of those things that you hear again and again. We were talking about this on Monday of this week. So good job, chat. You ready to try and double it again? More than double it. $125,000? I think you're ready. Let's do it. For 125,000 big ones, your question is: an important dinosaur site in Wyoming was named after a nearby structure built out of dinosaur bones. What is the quarry called? Is it A, Skull Pile Quarry, B, Bone Cabin Quarry, C, Ribcage Pen Quarry, or D, Femur Teepee Quarry? Seeing some B's here. Chat seems pretty confident today. You want to go to these places? Yeah, I want to go to there, says Claire Burr. Everybody's saying B. Well, if B is what you want, then B is what you shall have. Bone Cabin Quarry? Well, well, well. Final answer? Everybody seems pretty confident. And you should be, because you are correct there. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Bone Cabin Quarry. Again, if you know much about the history of dinosaur paleontology in the western U.S., you've heard that term before, Bone Cabin Quarry. And I think it might be mentioned in here. Hmm. 100 million years ago, the Earth was dominated by gigantic reptiles, including dinosaurs. Strangest of all was the spike-backed Stegosaurus. Mr. Barnum Brown, curator of the American Museum of Natural History, describes the pictures which follow.
This specimen found near Medicine Bow, Wyoming in 1901 is a part of 7 carloads of dinosaur remains collected in the famous Bone Cabin Quarry.
Yep.
Skillful experts restored and assembled the bones, and here Mr. Charles Lang is seen mounting the skeleton.
So, I'll show you more of this. But the actual bone cabin itself... The actual bone cabin of Bone Cabin Quarry. Do we have any artistic renderings here? We might not. This is not the actual original bone cabin. The original one was much more crude, put together by a sheep herder. Nearby was a sheep herder cabin built entirely out of fossil bones, hence the name Bone Cabin Quarry. Dinosaur bones were so numerous at this site that someone who had been herding sheep used them to build a little cabin. Trees were rare in this area, so picking up dinosaur bones, which were incredibly abundant apparently, just made sense. So that's what this fellow did. Now, back before the Canadians made all the skeleton holder-uppers. You're talking about Research Casting International there, Emelith? Yeah. Yeah, they do good work. Yeah, sometimes you gotta work with what you got. There you go, Lee G. And sometimes you don't got a lot if you're in Wyoming. So, yeah. Isn't that cool? Anyway. Bone Cabin Quarry. Pretty neat. Here's a link if you'd like to read more about it. But, chat, I think you're probably ready for the next question. So, let's do it. Getting up to $250,000 with the next one. Big money, big money. Let's do it. Getting trickier now. Getting trickier. For $250,000 here. The question is as follows. Published in 2020, a specimen of this horned dinosaur was found to have had a massive cancerous growth on its lower leg bone. Is it A, Carnotaurus, B, Ceratosaurus, C, Centrosaurus, or D, Chasmosaurus? What do you think, chat? Getting trickier here. Matt M33 says C. Such abundant critters, says Claire Burr. Plockman's Mustard says C. Carcinosaurus is not an option, HD and HB. Think you showed us this last stream? I think maybe I did. Cryo Gaijin. Yes. 50-50, says Pendrake. You could do a lifeline here. You could do a lifeline. Lenina says C. What do you think, chat? Should we do a 50-50 here? Eliminate 2 of the incorrect answers? Since everyone is unsure? Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Lifeline 50-50. There we go. Is it A, Carnotaurus, or C, Centrosaurus? Patrick Crusader says C. Lenina says C. Spartan says C. Plockman's Mustard says C. Which one is more common, chat? Asked Claire Burr. That is, that's actually a good way to look at this, Claire Burr. That's a great way to look at this. Does Chad ever get the wrong answer? It's happened before, Recovering Chemist. It's happened before. Well, it's been rare. What do you think? A or C? I'm seeing more C's than I'm seeing A's. Should we go with C, chat? Should we go with C for Centrosaurus? Pinky Giblet says C. Claire Burr says yes. Murph says C. C. All right. Let's do C. Is this your final answer, though? Holy cow. $250,000. So you could buy a lot of ramen with that. You could buy 500,000 ramen pack, probably more, honestly, because you buy it in bulk. But at the store I shop at, you could get 500,000 of those. 500,000 meals. Holy cow. Is this your final answer?
Hold on to your butts.
Yes, indeed, you are correct, chat. Very nice. Very nice. Doctors diagnose advanced cancer in a dinosaur. That is the fibula in question from this Centrosaurus. Because the fossil was found in a bone bed with lots of other Centrosaurus specimens, the dinosaur likely died in a flood with the rest of its herd and not from the cancer. Flood or maybe a river crossing, or could have been a forest fire too, potentially. But did not succumb to that cancer. So a normal fibula should just be like a long, fairly straight bone. All of this orange, yellow stuff on here, that is the cancerous growth. Really wild. There we go.
Researchers say they've identified the first confirmed case of advanced cancer in a dinosaur. The evidence comes from a broken fibula.
Look at that.
Bone that once supported a
This is not Centrosaurus. That's not Centrosaurus either. They got that wrong.
76 to 70.
Look at this awful Triceratops. That's dog water. This is awful. Terrible. I don't even. Ugh.
A million years ago,
really bad.
And was discovered in Dinosaur Provincial Park in Alberta in
almost verbatim. Yeah.
Researchers always thought the bone was healing from a fracture, but findings published in the medical journal, the Lancet Oncology,
Lancet is
the dinosaur suffered from
big journal in medical science, from what I understand.
Cancer that afflicted Terry Fox.
Osteosarcoma is what's called a primary malignant bone.
Anyway, interesting stuff. Let me show you what Centrosaurus actually looked like. Give you a decent image of Centrosaurus. Here's two of them getting into a fight in the mud. There's a pretty decent Centrosaurus there too. And I like this one even more. Centrosaurus. Cool animal. Cool animal. And Lancet up there with NEJM. Interesting. Dark Mock. Nice. Nice. Landsat Oncology. There you go, HD. Yeah, the closed captions got that wrong. Anyway, you know what was not wrong was your answer for this chat. Very nicely done. You've only got 2 left until $1 million. You think you can do it? I think maybe you can do it. So let's get into our penultimate, second to last question here. Let's do it. Your question for $500,000 is as follows. In November of 2022, the dinosaur known as Ubirajara was withdrawn from publication when it became clear that A, it wasn't a dinosaur, B, it was a forgery, C, its head had been placed on the end of its tail, or D, it had been illegally exported from Brazil. What do you think, chat? What do you think? We were just talking about this yesterday, in fact. Did a deep dive on this dinosaur yesterday. I'm seeing a lot of D's in the chat. I'm seeing a C, but switch to a D. And you were here for that, Jody Fish? Nice. Well, D, Golganek says, is for don't take other countries' fossils. Well, you seem pretty sure about that. This dinosaur had been illegally exported from Brazil, but surely scientists from a wealthy European country would never do anything like that. You seem pretty sure of this, chat, so let's go ahead and say D. Don't call me Shirley, says Science Streams. Final answer? What do you think, chat? $500,000. That's a lot. Let's do it. You got it. You got it. Yes, indeed. It's kind of a sad story that has a provisionally happy ending, I suppose. Ubirajara jubatus. Lord of the Spear is what the name means. It's an informal genus of compsognathid theropod that lived during the early Cretaceous in what is now Brazil. The manuscript describing it was available online pre-publication as like a journal preprint. Sometimes they do this for the Journal of Cretaceous Research and a number of other journals. But it was never formally published, and as a consequence, both genus and species name are considered invalid and unavailable. In, let's see. The description caused controversy due to the fossil having been apparently illegally smuggled from Brazil. In November 2022, it was... Yeah, that name was basically stricken from Zoobank. So yeah, Ubirajara. A really cool, weird little theropod dinosaur. Clearly a juvenile. This is not a mature animal right here. Certainly not. But there was a lot of public outcry about this. Bring me back to Brazil. And it was brought back to Brazil. Hopefully it will be studied and published on before too long, because it is pretty interesting. Those weird filaments coming off of its shoulders are probably maybe like filaments like on a bird of paradise or something like that. They're probably feathers. Or some kind of feather-like quill. Is someone working on it? I hope so, Emeleth. I don't know for certain, but it's probably pretty safe to assume that someone's probably working on this. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Anyway, you know what else is pretty neat? Is, you, chat. $500,000 in your pocket. There's only one way to go from here, and that's up to $1 million. Can you do it? Let's see your final question for $1 million. It's all or nothing here. This is it. Let's do it. No lifelines in this one, chat. But for $1 million, it's gonna be a little tricky. Like we were talking about yesterday. In the Daspletosaurus anagenesis hypothesis, that's a mouthful, Which species of Daspletosaurus is thought to be intermediate between the other two? So we've got 3 species of Daspletosaurus. Which one is thought to be intermediate? Because it's from intermediate in time. Is the answer A, Daspletosaurus turosus? B, Daspletosaurus horneri? C, Daspletosaurus intermedius? Or D, Daspletosaurus wilsoni? What do you think, chat? Jody Fish says we looked at this today, too. Oh, did we? Maybe I was trying to help you out, chat. And El Trija says, what does this hypothesis postulate, Danny? The anagenesis hypothesis is that we have one single lineage of Daspletosaurus evolving over time. Rather than having splitting, cladogenesis, branching evolution, where species split off, instead it's just one population kind of slowly evolving over time. Let's see. El Trija, I can't answer you that. That might give part of it away. Chat seems pretty set on D for Daspletosaurus wilsoni. You would guess D, Bette Midler? It was named for someone who had passed away, right? I hope not. MLF. I hope none of these are named after people who have passed away. Dan the BC Man says, I go with D to be named after me. Is that your surname there, Dan? Interesting. Well, chat seems pretty set on D. It's high pressure here. $1 million is a lot of money. You gotta really, really make sure that you get this one right, you know? You don't want to come all this way and then pooch it on the last one. But Chad, if you're for D, you can do D here. Is this your final answer? I don't know, but I will believe in D, says Carlixku. Pressure, pressure, pressure. What do you think? I think we've got some very clever chatters here who might remember this. Let's go ahead and do it. And you are correct. Very nice, chat. Very nice indeed. $1 million. Extraordinary. And, holy cow. Murph? Thank you. 13 gift subs from Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
I really appreciate that, Murph. I really, really do.
Just gifted 13 subs.
13 subs brings us to 100 gift subs this week. There are 100 new subs. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Thank you for your ongoing support, Murph. You don't know how much that means to me. I appreciate you. Thanks for putting food on my table. Thanks for helping continue these broadcasts. Spartan, 10 gift subs from you. Holy cow. And look at this very happy Tinamu bird. So excited for those 10 gift subs. A little too excited.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow. Thank you, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. And yeah, 40 more to hit the weekly goal. Could we get there? Shoot, chat, $1 million. You want to spend that here, I mean, my goodness. Let me show you. Rather than just tell you, let me show you. That diagram there. We were looking at this earlier, were we not? Yeah. New species of Daspletosaurus. This is published in November of last year. Beautiful, beautiful specimen. And there we go. Yeah.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Lunaseer.
Oh, is there a hype train on the verge? Let me redeem my sub streak now, then.
I appreciate that, Lunaseer. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Lunaseer. 16 months is a long time, and thank you for keeping me online for that long. That's excellent. Here's what I was going to show you. Daspletosaurus turosus, the first one to be discovered and published on. It's also the oldest. Daspletosaurus horneri was discovered next. It's at the top, about 75.6 million years old. Daspletosaurus wilsoni, right there, in the middle. That is the intermediate one. It is from approximately 76.5 million years ago. Intermediate between Daspletosaurus turosus and horneri. That's what this hypothesis claims here. And this is indeed named after my old roommate, Jack Wilson. There he is. There he is right there. There's Denver Fowler, one of the authors of the paper, and there's me. But yeah, Jack Wilson. Dinosaur paleontologist, formerly of Museum of the Rockies. Now I think he does a lot of work at Denver's museum, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, that I've done a little bit of work with as well. So yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Jack Wilson discovered that, that new Tyrannosaur. That's why it's named after him. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And Emilith says, did someone have a dinosaur named after them after they passed away? That's happened many times, Emilith, yeah. There are some scientists who will not name something after a living person. But it's more a personal choice. There's no rules about that. You just can't name a dinosaur or any other animal after yourself. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature forbids it. It's against the rules of the ICZN. So yeah. Anyway, chat. Very, very nicely done. $1 million in your pocket now. You won the game with 0 incorrect responses. Very nice. Congratulations. I'm proud of you, chat. And with that, it is now time to wrap up today's stream. Here is a Smilodon to run our credits over. And don't you go running away yet. We are going to go find somebody to raid. Somebody hopefully doing some science. And you know what? Science Streams is on right now. I remember somebody had some questions about epigenetics. Well, Blint, he's got to ask about that. Blint of Science Streams. A real-life, living, working molecular and systems biologist. He's got Science News Friday right now. New species, bees, frogs, thylacines, and more. Very cool. That is going to be a neat discussion. Hopefully I can catch some of that. I got to get some dinner and get some exercise. Actually, I got so much walking in today, I don't need to get exercise. I can relax and watch some science streams after I get some dinner. Well, everybody, thank you again for a wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the moderators. Thank you for the questions, question askers. Thank you for the viewers. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, and we will be back on Monday for some more fossil science discussion. So I hope to see you then. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful weekend. Let's go learn with Balint of Science Streams. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.